I don't see her.
Do you want me to give her the phone? You can ask her.
Maybe that would be a good idea because she's usually here early.
Yeah, we're sending a template there.
No, I think she.
I will go to my office.
She'll go to her office. You're welcome. Bye.
Karen, can you see me?
Okay, and Member Becerra, can we check your video?
Sure.
Thank you.
Hola.
Perfect. I see you well, thank you.
Mayor Jones, this is Andre. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
I was just about to ask you too.
Thank you.
So we're getting close and we're waiting for Mr. Metzler, and I see our lovely Mayor Pro Tem now. Mayor Pro Tem Irving, can we test your audio? You're muted.
Yes.
Okay,
thank you.
perfect. I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlene.
See you now. Mhm.
Mr. DeBortnowski, if we don't have Mr. Metzler with us right at 5 o'clock, would it be all right to go ahead and convene the meeting?
I believe he's there now in the chambers.
Okay, so Mr. DeBortnowski, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't see that we have Mr. Metzler with us yet.
He
Yes.
is connecting right now, I believe.
All right, well, we'll wait a moment then. Okay, Mr. DeBortnowski, if there's no harm done, I'm going to go ahead and convene the meeting.
That would be fine.
Terrific. All right, well, good evening, everyone. We're going to go ahead and begin. So again, good evening. Today is Tuesday, May 18, 2021. The time is 5 p.m. and the regular meeting of the following will now come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City as Housing Asset Successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Becerra,
Here.
Councilmember Gomez,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Here.
Mayor Jones.
Here. Thank you. We have a quorum. All right, Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on items for closed session?
Seconds to see if anyone's going to raise their hand.
I would like to speak.
I can barely hear you, Ms. Robinson.
I would like to speak. This is Councilwoman Gomez.
Okay, speaking as a member of the public, most certainly, and if you'll kindly tell us which item to which you wish to speak on.
Closed session is the only one we're going to be able to speak on, so it's closed session, public comments.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez, but we have A, B, and C, if you would kindly refer to which one you wish to speak on.
So I think it'll be evident when I start speaking, and so I'll reserve that when we start speaking on that.
Certainly, please go ahead, Ms. Gomez.
Thank you. Tenemos a un jefe en la ciudad que no sabe colaborar con negocios pequeños, negocios con minorías. Veamos un historial. Cuando ganamos las elecciones en el año 2016, ya había mala vibra y decisiones en contra de un negocio de familia que tenía más de 20 años en la ciudad de Victorville y estaba siendo atacada. Estos negocios como Comab, el culpable con la ayuda y el poder de los concejales continuó. Este hombre que sigue, que se llama Keith Messer, él gana casi $250,000 anualmente y lo dejamos que haga esto con nuestros restaurantes familiares e hispanos.
Ms. Gomez, if you will hold for just a moment, I'm seeing a
Mayor
point of
Jones,
order by
point
a
of order.
council member. Yes, Member Becerra, point of order, state your
Does the
point, please.
councilwoman have the right to slander our city manager?
I have the right to speak. You don't have the
So
right.
thank you.
I was talking first, so be quiet.
Members, hold on a moment. The chair has the floor. So Member Gomez is speaking as a member of the public, so there's much more
She
latitude.
identified herself as a city council member in
Point of order
Spanish.
and impartial judicial.
Member Gomez, we're not going to go through this again this evening for the third or fourth meeting. This is not a
Please don't
courtroom.
interrupt me during my
There's a
time.
rule.
Member Becerra, can you please give us an idea as to what the public member was saying?
I'm going to translate it in English.
Well, since Member Becerra made the point of order, it's the chair's responsibility to inquire of the member. So before you proceed, Member Becerra, members of the public have more latitude in what they say. Are you saying that Ms. Gomez identified herself as representing in some fashion the council when she was speaking?
When she started talking, didn't she identify herself as the city council member?
You definitely don't understand Spanish because I never said that.
You
If
need
need
to
a
shut up a bit.
translator-
Okay, we're
You
going
need to
to
shut up.
stop this. Okay, thank you.
You need to shut
So
up.
the point is, Member Becerra is out of order and will suspend. Member Becerra, thank you so much. Member Gomez, you're free to proceed and you're free to speak in the language of your choosing. The chair admonishes you to make sure that you're speaking and acknowledging yourself as a member of the public, carrying no weight whatsoever as a council member while you're speaking. Please proceed.
I want to know my time because now I've been interrupted several times and I want to make sure that
So, Member Gomez, the clerk is aware that when the chair intervenes, that she is to stop the clock. So please feel free that
I'm
your
asking
time
what
has been
you-
reserved.
yeah,
You will proceed.
what is
Member
my,
Gomez, please yield to the directions of the chair and proceed.
yes, I want you to know that I have timed this specifically and being interrupted has taken a lot of my time. So I want to make sure that the honor of the city clerk has made it sure that she's not targeting or creating anything that would stop my time from being available as it has been right now.
Ms. Gomez, that is never the intention of the city clerk, and that's an inappropriate comment. Please
Thank you.
proceed.
Okay, so I'll continue. No paró su discriminación y con el poder de la mayoría de los concejales atacó a El Chaca durante la pandemia y con agentes de ejecución bajo el respaldo del nombre de del hombre que casi cerró El Chaca. Y ahora venimos con sus ataques contra el restaurante El Pescador, que tiene contrato con la ciudad, parece, y o el campo del Golfo. ¿Será posible que nuestras comunidades continúen con sus discriminaciones y el poder de dejar que la discriminación continúe? Tenemos que cambiar el liderazgo y terminar con la discriminación. No hay justificación. The city of Victorville has been an enemy to many of our minority businesses, particularly if they are of Hispanic descent, and our businesses seeking to thrive in this region. We're reminded that at least when I came into office in 2016, the ridicule and unsustainable personal vendettas that nearly a $250,000 salary city employee acting as a current city manager has had with a family business at SCLA Comab. Employees were locked out of bathrooms and from accessing businesses and so much more damage to leadership. Then I became aware of El Chaca, another minority-owned restaurant that was targeted by code enforcement during COVID-19 and going today. This is another business-owned women Hispanic family business. It's called El Pescador, who happens to have a lease, one of the most contentious areas in the city of Victorville. The famous money laundering, oh, excuse me, I meant Shell managed, no, it's the golf course is what I'm talking about. New leadership is needed. Voters, we need to collaborate, not discriminate. Basta con las batallas. Too much power has been centralized and much needs to be decentralized to heal our small business restaurants that are family owned and of minority descent.
Thank you.
That's my comment.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Mr. Messler, are you with us? Has the city engaged in any type of overt discrimination against any business in our community because of their race or any other reason?
Absolutely not.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, are there any further requests to speak?
Yes, Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you. Ms. Becerra, you're speaking as a member of the public.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Elizabeth Becerra. I'm a resident of the city of Victorville. I'm going to say this like this one in Spanish and English. Para la gente que quiere hacer ese mensa, no la hacen caso. Toda la gente que viene aquí a esta ciudad tienen el mismo derecho a vivir y hacer lo que ellos quieren. Pero ella diario quiere poner contra nosotros que somos contra el mexicano o contra alguien más que no es blanco. No la haces caso, por favor. Ella hace todo eso para estar peleándonos juntos. Si necesitas ayuda, vente aquí a agarrar ayuda. Ella no da ayuda. Ella te pone contra toda la gente. To the people of the city of Victorville, if you guys keep listening to this dummy right here that's talking, you're going to get in trouble. She does not represent what's going on in the city of Victorville. She is not for you. She is against you, and she's going to get you in trouble. So the people that need help in the city of Victorville, come and ask for help. Do not listen to this one. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Becerra. Madam Clerk, any further requests?
Those are all.
So, Ms. Robinson, before you go on, those comments were permitted because they were, I think, in direct response to the claims that were made as related to closed session items. So the chair allowed it. I'm sorry, Ms. Robinson.
Yeah, there are no other speakers.
Thank you. So the public comment period is now closed. The chair brings the items back to the council. And at this time, Mr. DeBortnowski, will you kindly make any declarations needed for closed session?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Jones. We have 3 items listed on the agenda, items A, B, and C. However, there is no need this evening to go into item A, which was real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. So that will not be, we will not go into closed session on that item. The remaining 2 items are item B, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D4, and this is one potential case. The second is also anticipated litigation, i.e. not that is, agenda item number C, is also anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D4, and some information regarding that is set forth on the agenda. To the extent there is reportable action, we will report that either at the conclusion of the closed session or at the commencement of the regular 6 o'clock session.
Thank you, Mr. DeBortnowski. We are now in recess to closed session. We'll resume our regular session at 6 p.m.
Yes. Yes, it's Deputy City Clerk.
Ms. Robinson, isn't this the regular meeting? We're going to a different one? I'm lost.
She's muted.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now, but it seems like we're back in the main one. It seems like we're not in closed session. I can tell you that.
Right. She'll,
She's gonna send us to another breakout room.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thirty seconds.
Madam Clerk, do we have Captain Wickham and Pastor Davis with us? You're muted.
Okay, I'm sorry, I just arrived at this meeting.
Thank you. Do we have Captain Wickham and Pastor Davis with us?
Captain Wickham is going to be late, so I believe Mr. Metzler is going to do the pledge.
Okay.
And Pastor Dane, let me check. I don't see him either.
Yes, Pastor Dane
Oh, yeah.
is leaving.
Pastor Dane is here.
Very good. All right, that said, it's 6 o'clock, so we're going to go ahead and begin. Good evening, everyone. Today is Tuesday, May 18, 2021. The time is 6 p.m. or 6:01 p.m. We're resuming the open session of our regular meeting, the following of which will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Airport Rail Authority, the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the city as housing assets successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Becerra,
Here.
Councilmember Gomez,
Presente.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Here.
Mayor Jones.
Here, thank you. We have a quorum. Mr. D. Bortnowski, are there any announcements to make from closed session?
Not at this time. We did not have any closed session with respect to item number A listed on the agenda. We did go in with items B and C. We did not finish our discussion with respect to item C, so we will continue that at the conclusion of the regular session. And if there's any reportable action with respect to that item, we will report it at the conclusion of that closed session. There is no reportable action with respect to item B.
Thank you, Mr. D. Bortnowski. All right, we're going to take up our invocation by being led by Pastor Dane Davis, and then we'll follow up with the Pledge of Allegiance being led this evening by our city manager, Mr. Metzler. Pastor Davis, are you with us?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. One of my favorite prayers in the Bible is from 2 Chronicles 7:14, when God is responding to one of Israel's greatest kings, King Solomon, as he dedicated the temple. And God said this, "If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land." Would you please join me in a word of prayer? Heavenly Father, we do come to you in Jesus' name tonight. We thank you, Lord, once again for our city that sometimes we take for granted. But Lord, we just tonight want to thank you for it. We thank you for our city council, which similarly we take for granted at times. We thank you for our city staff. We thank you, Lord, for the city hall you've provided, for our clean and safe streets. We thank you, Lord, for the infrastructure in our city. We thank you for the natural resources and other resources we have in this city. You've taken good care of us. And Lord, we just want to respond to what you said to Solomon back almost 3,000 years ago. Lord, we want to humble ourselves and pray tonight. We want to seek your face and not simply your hands of blessing. We want to turn from anything, oh God, that's against your will and against your plan for us as individuals, for our families, or for our city. And we pray, oh God, that you would just move, that you would heal our land in ways that needs to be healed. Lord, that you would unify us together to do what is good and right. Each of these members of the city council, Lord, can do some amazing things on their own. But Lord, it takes it to a new level when they work together in unity. So I pray, oh God, that they would work together as one person, contending for the good of this city. Thank you, Lord, for our leaders. Be with them, give them good health, be with their marriages, their families, and be with their proceedings tonight. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Davis. Mr. Metzler, will you lead us in the pledge to our great flag?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and our members of the public. Please stand and face the flag of the greatest country in the world. And repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please present the agenda and any revisions thereto?
Tonight's city council meeting is being held virtually on Zoom due to safety concerns related to COVID-19 and to reduce exposure for our community members, city employees, and council members. Our virtual meetings are conducted in accordance with the Brown Act and special provisions enacted during the coronavirus pandemic and will be held this way until further notice. We invite members of the public to participate in our meetings via Zoom. However, for those who do not wish to comment on issues, our meeting may be viewed on YouTube.
Madam Clerk, we can't hear you. You just cut out. We still can't hear you.
Madam Mayor, just as we figure that out, and for you and the rest of the council, today is one of our testing environments. We're hoping to open to the public for this meeting, not quite there yet, but today's meeting, we're going to use it as a testing environment. Our new goal is to have a fully engaged public meeting June 1st. So we've been working on some technology, and I think we have a single microphone where the city clerk is. Maybe we've got that worked out by now.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Metzler. So with that said, it at times is separate from what's just now happening with our city clerk, that her voice sounds distant. And Mr. Metzler, for you, there seems to be like a staticky sound when you're speaking. We can still hear you, but it's not very clear.
How do I sound now?
That sounds better, I believe.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry, someone muted me somewhere in here. So I'll just begin at the close to the last sentence. We invite members of the public to participate in our meetings via Zoom. However, for those who do not wish to comment on issues, our meeting may be viewed on YouTube. For future council meetings, public comments may be submitted via email to the city clerk. Submissions must be received no later than 4 p.m. the day of our council meetings. There are no revisions to report. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do any council members have any conflicts of interest to declare at this time? Okay, hearing or seeing no movement toward that, we're going to go ahead and move on. And before I do our introduction to public comments, Madam Clerk, are there requests to speak?
Yes, the first speaker, I believe, is Maggie Martin.
Thank you, but let me do the introduction first. I just wanted to make sure.
Sorry.
That's all right. Very good. All right. Well, welcome once again to tonight's meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your City Council is interested in your ideas and opinions, and furthermore endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberation. At the same time, the council must be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with the council's established policies and procedures and Government Code Section 54957.9. Open meeting laws do not confer any privilege or protection for expression beyond that otherwise provided by law, nor do they permit council members to engage in dialogue during the public comment periods. All testimony is to be directed solely to the council. Individuals may speak to issues not posted on the agenda during the public comment section at the start of the regular session, providing those issues are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. Individual speakers may address the council once per public comment period and once per each appeal and public hearing item for up to 3 minutes. When comments are invited, click the raise your hand feature located on the Zoom screen. Individuals will be unmuted, called on by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. The speaker will state the item numbers that will be addressed or that the subject is a non-agendized matter. Speakers are requested to comment as briefly as the subject permits. The presiding officer may decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on a variety of factors, including the number of persons wishing to be heard. The presiding officer may also take a poll of public speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting. And those who do are subject to removal from the meeting pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated. All right, with that said, Madam Clerk, who's our first speaker?
The first speaker, I believe, is Maggie Martin, Galaxy A12.
Thank you. Good
Hi,
evening, Ms.
Shirley.
Martin.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Give me one moment to flip over to my notes. One moment. Can you hear me, Madam Mayor and Council?
Yes.
Okay. So it's been about 9 months since we've had a status update on Ms. Gomez's EVD fraud investigation appeal hearing. I would like to hear about it, as I'm sure the people of Victorville would also. Moving forward, there are only 3 members of this council who truly represent our city and its people. There are a few people that say the council only represents the city and not the people. This misguided opinion begs the following question. Wasn't this council voted in by the people? The answer, of course, is yes. Therefore, it is a foregone conclusion that they represent us. No disgruntled citizen or citizens have any authority to attempt to dictate to the council what they should or shouldn't be doing. They are there to make those decisions on our behalf, as we have, by vote, empowered them to do so. They were voted in to represent the people of Victorville at large, which means each and every council member is charged with equally representing all of the people, not just the select, and in this case, racial group. The fact that we have an empty council seat does not make the decision process flow more smoothly. In fact, as we've seen already, it has perhaps already slowed for movement of getting city business done. I found it very disappointing that we didn't fill that vacancy by appointment as we should have. It was a very unwise decision and doesn't bode well for the city nor its constituents. That's all I have, Madam Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Madam Clerk?
The next speaker is Romero Rodriguez.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez, are you with us?
Hello.
Good
Yes.
evening.
It's nice to hear that other people can speak about other people. Nice to hear the white supremacists and the white power people discuss about what representation is. For the last few weeks, last few months, I've been discussing of all the settlements that have been done by the city. You can go back and read on the Daily Press, on the Los Angeles Times, any newspapers you want, of all the monies that were used to settle of the investor fraud for the airport by the city of Victorville, the city manager, and what it cost the city, $30 million. And right now, after I finish talking, the mayor's gonna talk to the city attorney, and the attorney is gonna deny it. But it's written, it's history, it's actually happened. And just to deny it doesn't mean it didn't happen. And if we just turn around and let these people run the city to the ground, where are we gonna be? The same place we are right now. We need people that represent the city, not the interests of the people that run the city, with their $1 million retirement funds, $1 million pensions, $1 million, almost $500,000 salaries. That's not the people that live up here. Those are the people that have been running the city for various generations, and that's not correct. All we're fighting for is we want the right representation of our people and the city, of the people that live here, not the people that represent just the people that run it. From everywhere, from the corruption, from the city management, to the city attorney, to the police force, everything, it's wrong. It's a city of 122,000 people, not 2 million. We're paying wages for people $6,000, $7,000 a week. That's not correct. Other cities are twice the size pay 80,000 to their city managers. And we really need to really assess what we're doing. We saw the city, the people running it, all they did to misrepresent one of the representatives, but the city decided, yes, we're going to vote her in. And they did. Just wake up, people, little by little. We're going to be pounding and pounding and pounding everywhere to wake people up and open up their eyes. And just because you
Mr. Rodriguez, we lost you. Madam Clerk, was his time up or did we actually lose him? We can't hear you, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, we actually lost him. He's
Okay.
no longer on.
All right, thank you. So for purposes of clarity, many of the allegations that have been made by the most recent speaker, the factual basis for them can be found by looking at the city's website. Many of those allegations, if not all, are just patently false. All right, Madam Clerk.
Those are all the speakers.
I'm also wanting to speak as a member of the public. My name is Blanca Gomez.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. You may.
Yes, to reiterate the words of Malcolm X, you don't stick a knife in a man's back 9 inches and then pull it out 6 inches and say you're making progress. No matter how much respect, no matter how much recognition, whites show towards me, as far as I'm concerned, as long as it's not shown to every one of our people in this country, it doesn't exist for me. Too much power has been centralized and it must be decentralized. I was elected in 2016 and again in 2018 to represent the people.
Ms. Gomez, you're speaking as a member of the public, not as to your duties behind the dais. Please proceed.
Who have had enough of the city politics and its status quo, discriminatory and retaliatory acts with the use of powers. Today, the city of Victorville had a closed session again to stack the odds because I'm a threat to their power and I'm not afraid to face them head on, each one of them. Ms. Jones, Becerra, Mr. Metzler, Mr. Dibunowski, and any other of those power who think they can disenfranchise. The city is using our resources and our tax dollars to contact the San Bernardino unit, the Appeals Board of California for an alleged fraud, the city clerk with other things, and employees that have lent themselves to this game. When I had publicly many years ago and consistently tell the city council and the city manager of instances like the Christmas shenanigans with the city clerk and other employees, along with Sophie Smith in a different event. They weren't investigated and they weren't in closed session. That's just to say a little bit. I'm not afraid. I know the community is backing me. I was elected. That says a lot, even within these walls. There may be a lot of these executives using the public dollars to target, harass, and discriminate against me. There's nothing that's being done. Again, I'm not afraid of you, and you know who you are. I'm glad I'm here, and yes, I'm running for Congress, District 8, which clearly makes many shiver while others feel empowered. Now I'm going to say this in Spanish. Gracias a la comunidad por tanto respaldo. Continuaremos con la batalla que pronto nosotros estaremos juntos, sabiendo que las personas que tienen la maldad de poner la discriminación tienen mucho celo y detrás de ellos no tienen mucho. Es un placer representarlos. Sigamos adelante, que nosotros sabemos que sí se puede. Thank you for letting me place the statement as a public commenter. Now I'm going to sit back as the councilwoman of City of Victorville because I do represent the people of Victorville. Thank you very much.
Ms. Gomez, thank you. All right, Mr. Portnowski, there was a lot just said there by Ms. Gomez, much of which is, in the chair's view, has no basis whatsoever. In fact, would you care to elaborate? Much, or if not all, has no basis in fact.
Yeah, a lot of the allegations are baseless. I mean, I don't think we have the time to go through them all, but those are typical type of comments made and they are baseless.
Certainly. And so we just had a closed session in which Ms. Gomez was not part of that. Can you explain why that is?
The only reason I can mention it, we can't discuss what happened in closed session, but she had a conflict of interest with respect to that discussion. Therefore, I requested that she not participate.
But there was no discrimination whatsoever.
Absolutely not.
Asked and
Correct.
answered.
Thank you very much. Member Gomez, you have not been recognized by the chair. Thank you. Madam Clerk, any other requests?
There are no other speakers.
Thank you. So the public comment period is now closed. The chair brings the items back to the council. And we're going to now begin with our first business in order, which is public hearings. And we're going to begin with item number 1, which is natural gas replacement project phase 3 award of construction contract. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item involves a natural gas pipeline replacement project out at the airport, and advisory exists dealing with the type of pipe that is currently in the ground for a certain segment of gas pipeline that serves customers out at SCLA. And that advisory is that this type of pipeline be replaced. And so this item, after having gone through the public solicitation, the bid process, is being brought to you to commence work to ultimately replace that existing Driscoll pipeline that's in the ground with a newer pipeline that is more conducive to the desert and soil type environment that we have here in Victorville. This item was co-authored by your city engineer and your director of electric utility services. They are both available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council approve the notice of exemption and award a construction contract to Arizona Pipeline Company in the amount of $747,118.15 for the natural gas replacement project phase 3.
Thank you very much. Council members, we're now going to move on to technical questions for clarification. We're going to begin with Member Gomez.
Thank you. My first question related to this item is, how is Fund 423 replenished for future projects besides the collections of fees of the Foxborough and other areas that VEMA services?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Would the chair allow me to permit, since it's going to eat up my time?
Ms. Gomez, your time is only counts when you're speaking. And so to the extent that you have to repeat the question at Mr. Metzler's request, it does not count against your time.
Thank you. That's the first time I've heard this. I will repeat again without any penalty. How is Fund 423 replenished for future projects besides the collection fees of the Fox Bureau and other areas that VEMIS services?
Right. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Fund 423, sorry, I'm the wrong item. Fund 423 is what we call a public purpose benefit fund. And this one is generated specifically on the natural gas bills for customers at SCLA only. And effectively, this fund draws revenue to it from the bills. There's a very specific charge in the actual unitary cost for natural gas to where that very specific amount has to be set aside into this fund. So this fund is contributed to monthly as customers pay their bill. And then, of course, the actual cash can only be spent on eligible purposes, this being one of those eligible purposes.
And what is the lifetime of the steel pipe distribution system, and will it be replaced with a new or a refurbished HDPE?
The intent is to replace all of the natural gas pipeline out at SCLA with this more modern MDPE is what the acronym is.
Okay, so it's not HDPE?
That's what we're replacing.
Okay, got it. And with what did you say you were replacing it with?
It's a new medium density pipeline. It's a yellow colored pipeline.
Thank you. And when the pressure was tested of the system, was it a sampling of the entire 6,900 feet of the system, or were there just various points that created more than a legitimate sampling?
Well, typically, when you're doing a pressure test, you're going to isolate from two points and then basically test the area that you're trying to determine if there is in effect a leak. Specific to this, I'd probably have to defer to either Mr. Gangler or Ms. Hampton to decide what has been done. I think the staff report articulates how it will be done once the new pipe is in the ground.
It's my understanding Ms. Hampton or Mr. Gangler would contribute. Is that the case? If not, I could proceed.
Ms. Hampton, you're muted. Did you wish to chime in?
They certainly can. It wasn't intended that they had to. I thought that might have
Okay, sure.
sufficiently addressed the question.
I thought so too. Okay, Member Gomez, please go ahead.
Was this project qualifiable under the disadvantaged business enterprise requirements? Why or why not?
This is not a federally funded project. This is again funded from local source revenue from the natural gas revenues. So the DBE requirements do not apply to this, or not required for this type of project.
And to what extent will the contractor use discretion to ensure that the steel pipe systems include market standard materials and other maintenance and operation rigors?
That I would have to defer. I'll either let city engineer Mr. Gangler or our utility director Ms. Hampton address that question.
I think I can start off, and if Brenda wants to add any information, she may want to do that. Yes, so thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. That's exactly what this project is accomplishing, is it's replacing the older pipe with the new pipe that meets all the current standards from the Department of Transportation. And so the specifications and the plans were prepared accordingly. So that's exactly what this project will accomplish, is putting in the correct type of material and meeting the current standards.
If I may, let me reframe the question. The question that I'm asking is, are there partnerships that are going to be inclusive in this? So it's not just, I'm going to call this the vendor and the city of Victorville. Are there other types of partnerships and collaborations that are going to be taking place? And with those partnerships, is the city allowing enough leeway for discretion to be used for measures to be implemented, or will the city be overseeing much more a tighter knit?
I'm not really sure I understand your question. This project was competitively bid. The contractor is Arizona Pipeline, and they have to comply with all the plans and specifications.
There's no concept of partnership in this type of project. This is a standard construction project for a public utility that's going to be located in public right away. We're just asking a contractor to build a segment of pipeline for the municipal utility out at the airport.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I'm just going to give a little bit of context. The reason I'm asking is because when we have public sectors and private sectors coming together in this fashion, typically it could be the public sector allowing for a lot of the discretionary work to be done once it's bidded out. But we have other cities that would like to bring more of a tight knit and not allow so much of the discretion to go on with certain materials or things with pricing of that nature. So when I asked the question, it was to see if
Your time is up.
And
Thank you,
Madam
Member
Mayor,
Gomez.
I don't, just as a point, I disagree that her characterization is typical. It's not typical. What this item is before you is much more typical in that we've designed a scope of work. We've bid a scope of work. We're awarding a contract to a contractor to actually build a scope of work that's a public improvement and will be owned and maintained by the, in this case, the utility.
Right, thank you very much. Member Becerra, do you have any technical questions for clarification?
I just have one. Mr. Gangler, is the majority of the work going to be done at night or in the daytime? And if so, in the daytime, are any of our larger entities out there going to be bothered by it, or is it gonna be done at night?
I believe the work will be done during the day, so the contractor will have to coordinate with VMUS and the businesses at the airport to make sure that there's a minimum of disruption to any service. So that'll have to require some close coordination.
Okay, thank you, sir. Everything else was answered in the,
You're welcome.
in the,
In the report, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
Yes, I'm sorry. I think the question's may have been answered. I just want to just make sure I'm on board. The degradation issue with the materials, and there was a test, a pressure test. We did not gather the expected data from that test. This is what's leading to the recommendation for replacement. Is that correct?
I think that
Can you hear
I can.
Oh.
Yes, thank you,
Yes.
Brian Gingler. I think if I could defer to Brenda Hampton on that question, she might be able to provide the more information on that.
Yeah, so this is Brenda. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think, but the bottom line is that even though we've been using the pressure test and what have you to make sure that we don't have leaks, we still have the recommendation by the DOT that this pipe and this material will degrade over time in the conditions that we're in the desert. And so the decision was made that we would replace the piping before we had a leak. We don't want to have a leak. So we just made that decision, and we had the money and the funds to do it.
Okay, very good. We're being proactive. All right, thank you. All right.
Thank you, Mayor.
No
Pro
other
Tem.
questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The chair has no questions. We're now going to open the public hearing and receive public testimony. Madam Clerk, are there requests to speak on this item?
Get a few seconds to see if any hands are raised. No hands are raised, no public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Public hearing is now closed. The chair brings this item back to the council and invites a motion.
Madam Mayor, I motion that we do the recommendations of the utility for the change of the gas line.
So yes, the points in.
Approve the notice of exemption and award the construction contract of $747,118.15.
Thank you very much. So points 1 and 2. Thank you. We have a first. Is there a second?
Second. Second.
Thank you. We have a second. We're now going to get into discussion on the pending motion, beginning with the maker, Member Becerra.
No questions or comments. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Comments on the motion?
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez, comments on the motion?
None at the moment.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones. Mayor Jones?
Aye. Oh,
Oh, there we go.
aye. Thank you.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendation set out on the agenda. I'm now going to move on to item 2, which is a development code amendment with a proposed mitigated negative declaration to allow for public recreational vehicle storage facilities to be listed as a conditionally permitted use in the M-1 light industrial zone district citywide, and a site plan and conditional use permit with a proposed mitigated negative declaration to allow for the development of a self-service storage facility with recreational vehicle storage on undeveloped property zoned M-1 light industrial located at the northeast corner of Mojave Drive and Mesa Linda Avenue. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item involves a project that has gone through the Planning Commission process. And because it involves a project upon property that is not currently zoned to allow for this type of use. To accommodate this type of use, a zone change would actually have to occur, and that's where we're asking for the development code amendment in this particular case. Presuming that this item gets approved, then the project will move forward with the conditions outlined in the recommendation. This is for a project that's generally located at Mojave Drive in Mesa Linda. It's an RV storage and self-storage facility. The author on this item is Scott Webb, your city planner. He's available for any specific questions or comments you might have regarding this item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council conduct a public hearing, receive public testimony, and take the following actions. Adopt the mitigated negative declaration with a mitigation monitoring and reporting program prepared for development code amendment, site plan and conditional use permit case number PLAN 20-00023. Introduce development code amendment ordinance 2418 for adoption and first reading by title only. Waive further reading in full of proposed ordinance number 2418. Adopt resolution number 21-039, approving the conditional use permit portion of case number PLAN 20-00023, subject to the attached conditions of approval, and adopt resolution number 21-040, approving the site plan portion of case number PLAN 20-00023, subject to the attached conditions of approval.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to technical questions for clarification. We're going to begin with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I don't have any technical questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
Yes, I have a question, either Mr. Gengler or in reading the plans and everything, the site plans, the only thing that's out there, it appears from what's attached to our agenda, is the two schools that are out there, correct?
They're not too far away. That's correct.
Okay, so it's on the north side of the street of Mojave.
Yes.
Okay, and not only a recreational vehicle storage, but also a self-storage, correct?
I believe so. Mr. Webb knows more about the details of the project.
There we go. Sorry about that, Mr. Webb.
That's okay, Councilmember Becerra. Yes, you're correct. This proposal includes both recreational vehicle storage in an uncovered manner and a covered manner, and also self-service storage units.
So this industrial park will help our neighborhoods where they need to park their RVs and everything off the streets and off their driveways and everything, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, sir. No, thank you very much. Everything else is in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez, technical questions?
Yes. I couldn't find where the city council attachments or any, including the planning commission notes, had any form of zoning for the area. So my question is, what is the area currently zoned and how many acres? I know it's 8.5 acres. What's it currently zoned and how many acres that we're speaking of? And I'm looking at the macro level. So I'm not just looking at the 8.5 acres and the light industrial zoning. I'm looking at the before and the overall aspect of north, east, south, and west.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I may have mischaracterized in my introduction that this was a zone change. Actually, this is not a zone change. It's actually amending the uses within an existing zone. And so to answer the question that Ms. Gomez has just asked, this is currently M1 light industrial zoned property, and that is not going to change. What this item is attempting to do is permit on a conditional basis this type of use within that M1 zoning.
Okay, my next question is, was there any type of notification that was sent to nearby residential housing? I did see something being sent to 6 people. I don't know what 6 people were sent information.
Typically, our requirement is within, I believe, 300 feet of the property to where we send notices to all affected property owners. Mr. Webb Was that the case in this particular project?
That is correct. The property owners within 300 feet were notified in addition to an 8th page ad in the newspaper.
Thank you. How close or how far is the residential, and I'm going to call it residential zoned or other zoned areas? I looked at something that said north, south, east, west, and all these developments are different. So my question comes up with, if it's light zone, we have some commercial and something else that's light, and then all of it's undeveloped. How does this affect if we're looking to the future of the other sites? How would this one play into allowing more futuristic ways of implementing what we want it to look like in that area?
I think a lot of that, Madam Mayor and members of the council, I think a lot of that starts out through your general planning process. And so part of your general plan is the study of land uses of all properties, and then trying to find balance to make sure that there aren't any zoning conflicts between properties that are adjacent to each other. So I would say it starts there, and that's likely the genesis of this particular property and how it got zoned. And so with that, since that framework has already existed and has already gone through that process, this particular project is basically just looking at the existing zoning. There was a study to determine whether there was compatibility with this type of use with the surrounding types of zones. But I think you'll see in the maps and then in the staff report, I found it on page 120 that's referencing Ms. Gomez's comments about north, south, east, and west. It actually has a table in there that explains a little bit better what those adjacent properties are zoned. And you can see on that page that those properties are all undeveloped. So the Planning Commission largely got to deal with the question of compatibility in allowing for this type of use in light industrial zoning. Is it compatible with the surrounding? And my view is that they likely did, in part because everything surrounding this property is undeveloped.
Okay, and why was it so important for the zoning administrator to be allowed to revise the hours of operation? That I saw that under some of the clauses there or provisions. Is that typical?
It's not uncommon to impose conditions, especially when you're considering adjacent uses. And if you have a goal of trying to mitigate noise at certain times of the day. But that being said, I'm kind of jumping out there speculating as to the thought process that went into the particular conditions. So I'll defer to Mr. Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. When we place these conditions, typically we place the condition based on what the applicant's hours of operations are as proposed when they submit the application. So if there was a request to adjust the hours of operation, we would look back at any code enforcement history of noise generated from the site before we would allow any administrative modifications to those hours.
Thank you. And then another thing, I couldn't find where the city, hold on, not that one. So does the city know, based on its historical experience, if the public agencies, because I know there's other public agencies that are going to be permitting, would our decision affect them in any fashion, or will their decisions affect our permitting process?
Sure.
Well, I'm sorry, go ahead, Scott.
Well, the land use decisions start with the city that would allow the project to move forward. But obviously the site's undeveloped. It's subject to other state agency requirements. So that developer would have to follow through and comply with, whether it's fish and wildlife requirements or drainage requirements that the state imposes.
And then I also saw something about the potential significant impacts, but I also saw MDAQ respond to a discussion. I wanted to know with those mandatory findings of significance, what comes of it?
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Right, the chair has no technical questions for clarification. Going to open the public hearing and receive public testimony. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, the
you.
first speaker is Bruce Jordan.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Jordan.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Bruce Jordan. I'm the architect for the project. And this has been a lengthy process, but a very well-founded one, working with your staff. They've been great to work with. We originally set out with this project to create something really unique. So our number one goal was to create a project that totally screened all of the loading activity and the RVs from the public right-of-ways. So we used the buildings, which have nice architectural facades on them, to do that. And as mentioned, as so many multifamily homes and HOAs are moving away from allowing boats and RVs, it's created a real problem for places to park them. So that's one of the reasons there's a major demand for this. This is just part of the fabric of a community today that use the self-storage and the RV storage. Workers, subcontractors, personal garage stuff, cities, offices, medical facilities all use these to store stuff. In the pandemic, demand for self-storage has really increased. So there is a very strong demand for this. The good news is that the self-storage is closed at night and it has no light bleed over, and it has about the lowest trip generation rate there is for commercial traffic. So basically we have minimal impacts. We have all the screening aspects here, and we think this is a very good project for the community. When we did take this through with staff and with your planning commission, all the comments were quite positive, and we received a unanimous approval from the Planning Commission on April 14th. So we have read all the conditions of approval. There's a few changed ones in there, and we're in agreement with all of them. And we urge that you approve this here tonight, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Madam Mayor, you are muted.
Thank you. I had off-road vehicles going down my street, so I didn't want to subject our council to that. Mr. Jordan, thank you so much for speaking. And I must apologize. I was unaware that you were going to be with us this evening, or I would have formally introduced you to make your comments. And so, Madam Clerk, I need to make sure that he had the time limit that would be permitted to a proponent.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Jordan, if you'll just hang on with us, I'm going to invite other members of the public to speak at this point, Madam Clerk.
There are no other speakers.
Okay. All right. That said, then we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Chair brings this item back to the council. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title of the ordinance?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Victorville adopting a Title 16 Municipal Code Amendment with a mitigated negative declaration to allow public recreational vehicle storage facilities as a conditional use within the M1 Light Industrial Zone District citywide.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chair invites a motion to adopt staff recommendation.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we adopt staff recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. We're now going to move into discussion on the pending motion, beginning with the maker of the motion, Member Becerra.
No questions or comments. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Comments on the pending motion?
I did read the planning commissioner's reports. There was one person who spoke in favor. There was no opponents. It was a 4-0 commission, missing one because we have to appoint someone. And the project, like it was stated, is a self-storage facility with 3 separate detached structures that are offering a selection of storage options. and that's going to include the indoor RV storage and the outdoor storage. And it looks like that process would be taking 14-month period. And of course, 2 of those Joshua's trees are going to be transplanted safely where they need to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Chair has no comments on the pending motion. Discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
and Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has just taken action in accordance with the recommendation set out on the agenda. And once again, thank you, Mr. Jordan, for being with us. We're now going to move on to item number 3. This is a comprehensive specific plan amendment to update the Southern California Logistics Airport specific plan with the subsequent program environmental impact report on property generally located north of Air Expressway, south of the Victorville city limit line between the Mojave River and Adelanto Road. This proposal was recommended 4-0 for approval by the Planning Commission on their April 14, 2021 meeting. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is involving a specific plan amendment, and a specific plan is a much narrower focus than the general plan, which is the larger governing land use regulatory framework that you have in the city. This actually takes a smaller area within the city, such as the Southern California Logistics Airport Planning Area, and drills down to provide a much narrower regulatory framework to accomplish the more specific goals that you are trying to accomplish out there. We have had specific plans in place out at SCLA since 1996, and this is effectively the second amendment to this specific plan. A large driver for this specific plan has a lot to do with the real life experiences we've seen with the type of development that has actually taken place out at SCLA. And so over time, while earlier versions of the specific plan may have contemplated things such as wider roadways based upon actual trip counts, as an example, from the types of uses that are actually locating to SCLA, there are elements out there that have been determined likely excessive on the public infrastructure and conditions side of a project. So this specific plan amendment and the environmental that goes along with that was an attempt by both parties, the city and developer Sterling, to have a regulatory framework that's much more compatible and conducive to the types of development that's actually occurring out there at SCLA right now. So with that, the author on this item is your city planner, Mr. Scott Webb. I also understand that there is a consultant representing the developer that is also available to speak and perhaps even present, but I'll turn it over to Mr. Webb if you'll allow me to.
Thank you. Yes, of course, Mr. Webb.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, fellow council members. As Keith was stating, this specific plan amendment is a comprehensive update to a plan that's been in place for over 25 years. This comprehensive update will set the stage for the next 25 years. Will guide future land uses, infrastructure, and development standards within the planned area. I'd like to hand it over to the project consultant from Michael Baker. We have Alan Ashanimi and Tracy Razuski available to give a brief presentation to give the public an overview of the proposal.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Baker.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Hopefully you can all see my screen here. Again, my name is Alan Ashimine. I am with Michael Baker International, and we are the consultant to Sterling Development and the city for this project, involved in preparation of the specific plan amendment and also the environmental impact report that is before you for consideration tonight. Before I dive in, I did want to really thank city staff for all their help in moving this forward. It's been a long process. We've been at this since 2019, and there's been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears poured into this project. So We're very excited to be before you tonight, and thanks again to city staff. So with that, I'll dive into our presentation tonight and provide some background and inform you what this project is all about. Okay. So in terms of the project location, this graphic shows the boundary of the SCLA specific plan here shown in yellow. It's within the northern portion of the city, just east of US 395, west of the Mojave River, and generally north of Air Expressway. In terms of some of the history, SCLA is the former George Air Force Base. It was deactivated in 1992 as part of the BRAC process, and was then subsequently annexed into the city in 1993. The city then adopted the SCLA specific plan that became effective in March of 1993. And since that time, there have been a number of updates to the specific plan. The most major amendment occurring back in 2004 when there was a significant expansion of the specific plan boundaries. The city does have a partnership with Sterling Development for redevelopment of the former Air Force Base and surrounding areas. And it's important to note that SCLA is envisioned to be an economic driver for the city and surrounding areas. All right, some basics regarding the specific plan. It is 8,611 acres in size. Mr. Metzler noted earlier the basic functions of the specific plan are to guide the land use within the specific plan area, guide the infrastructure required to serve existing and future development, and also sets development standards such as permitted uses, building regulations, and development criteria. There has been approximately 4.4 million square feet of development at SCLA since 2006. This development has resulted in a tax base of over $250 million to date, with over 2,000 permanent jobs generated. All right, so the purpose of this specific plan amendment before you is to, again, reflect the current development trends, economic and market conditions, and design guidelines. Again, to restate, the original specific plan was from 1993, so many of the foundational elements are going on almost 30 years old now. Provide an updated plan for infrastructure serving the project, and overall modernize the format and framework of the specific plan to meet today's needs and be more user-friendly for both city staff and for development that occurs. And it is important to note, the specific plan amendment is the project that is analyzed within the environmental impact report that has been provided tonight. And at this point, I'll hand it over to Tracy Rzuski, who's been our lead on the specific plan development, to speak a little bit more to that document. Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Ashimi.
Thank you, Ellen. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you. Before I get started, I would also like to thank staff for all the hours of hard work and collaboration it took to get here, and how much we appreciate having staff support. Next slide, Ellen. Oh, there we go. Thank you. The entitlement before you is a specific plan amendment. I would like to highlight the key revisions made to the plan. The amended plan has a reduced development footprint without reducing the specific plan boundaries. It more accurately describes existing infrastructure and projected infrastructure requirements, as previously mentioned. It also modernizes the specific plan document as a whole, all of which better reflects current development trends and market conditions. Next slide. Some additional changes include modification of existing land use district boundaries to better guide future development at SCLA. However, there are no changes to the SCLA specific boundary. And again, as previously mentioned, the plan does call for a reduction of development footprint, including redistribution of over 1,000 acres of industrial development, while enlarging the acreage available for development of airport and support facilities. Next slide, please. Some additional noteworthy changes include creation of public institutional land use district applicable to the existing FCC Victorville, which was previously designated as industrial. revisions to circulation and infrastructure planning components of the specific plan, and updates to the design guidelines to ensure quality design and coordinated development within the specific plan area by providing direction for site design, landscape design, and architecture and lighting. Next slide, please. This is a table that reflects the redistribution of acreage by land uses throughout the plan that I mentioned previously. Again, there was no change to the actual specific plan boundary. Next slide. Here you can see the specific plan boundary, which is the red line. The blue line shows the boundary of each land use, which is also labeled. The development districts are more general areas with names based on their geographical location within the specific plan for the purpose of differentiating between major portions or regions of the plan. The airport district includes the airport and support facility land uses. The central core district includes what was the main part of the former air base. And the primary land use in this district is business and some open space. And if there are no questions for me, I will turn it back over to Alan to go over the CEQA process.
Great. Thank you, Tracy. So to dive into the CEQA process under the California Environmental Quality Act, we have prepared an environmental impact report, and a picture tells 1,000 words here. So this is a flow chart representing some of the fundamentals in terms of the steps in the EIR process. You will notice at the bottom here, multiple opportunities for public and agency input. That's a big part of CEQA, and the city certainly has provided for that. So the process started with publication of the notice of preparation. There was a 30-day public review period associated with that document to solicit comments regarding the appropriate scope of the EIR. Subsequent to that, the city then prepared the draft EIR for public review. That document was subject to its own 45-day public review, again, when public and the agencies can submit comments regarding the adequacy of the environmental analysis. When that review period ended, the city then prepared written responses to all comments received, and those responses were sent to all the agencies that did submit a comment letter. And then where we stand tonight is in the final EIR stage. And again, an opportunity for input here tonight as part of this public hearing. The responses to comments become part of that final EIR, and then the final step in the process is the City Council's consideration of the findings and resolution for the project. Okay, so what is an EIR? It is essentially, it's a disclosure document. Our job is to disclose the impacts, potential environmental impacts of the project to the city's decision makers. It includes measures that mitigate identified impacts. It identifies if any impacts remain significant and unavoidable despite the implementation of mitigation measures. And it also analyzes a range of alternatives to the proposed project. This EIR before you was circulated again for a period of 45 days from December 18th of last year to February 1st of this year. And I'll reiterate that there were 4 comment letters received and written responses were prepared to each of those comment letters. All right, one item I did want to specifically note is the way our EIR project description was set up. And this graphic tells the story. So the specific plan boundary, again, shown in yellow, but you will see a smaller blue boundary within. And this is known as the priority development area. So what the priority development area signifies is the area where development is reasonably foreseeable. We've broken down that development into 5-year phases. So there's 5 phases, 5 years each, that represent development occurring over the next 25 years. Anything outside of this blue boundary, you see large expanses of open space to the north of the airport, also some areas out to the east adjacent to the Mojave. These are all areas where there is no existing infrastructure. There are probably over 100 private property owners. Development in these areas would be speculative at best and may occur, it could be 30, 40, 50 years out. So again, this area in blue is shown here and is analyzed in the EIR as for development that is reasonably foreseeable. So that helps guide the analysis in our environmental impact report. All right, kind of tied to what I was just talking about, this table shows the development broken down into the 5 phases, again, in 5-year increments. I think the primary takeaway is shown at the bottom of the table in bold. For new building area, we're looking at roughly just a hair under 26 million square feet of new building area as part of the next 25 years in terms of foreseeable development. Okay, so what did we address in the EIR? This is a long list here, but this represents all the different topical areas that we were required to address under Appendix G of the CEQA guidelines. This ranges from aesthetics to GHG to recreation to utilities. You do see 3 bullets here that are noted in bold, and I did want to talk about those for a moment. These are the impacts that were determined to be significant and unavoidable. So starting with air quality, our EIR did provide a detailed analysis of air quality emissions, and we did modeling for both construction and operational emissions. Based on the trips that would be generated by this project, it was noted that the emissions for long-term operations would be above Mojave Desert AQMD thresholds, thus resulting in a significant impact. The same can be said for noise. We did have to model both construction and operational noise. Again, given the trip generation and traffic assumptions that were used, the model did indicate that noise levels along adjacent roadways would exceed the identified threshold, and again, result in a significant impact. And then finally, land use and planning. So this is an umbrella kind of a redundant impact here, but under the EIR, we are anticipated to, or required to, analyze the project's consistency with planning documents and policies. So under air quality, we are required to analyze the project for the SCAG's RTP SCS. There is a policy related to air quality consistency. So since we do have a project impact for air quality, we also have a consistency impact for land use. The same goes for noise. The city's general plan has a noise policy encouraging minimizing noise impacts in the city. Since we do have a project-specific noise impact, we also have that land use consistency impact. So those are the 3 areas we did have significant impacts in the EIR. Okay, and then to wrap things up, again, to summarize the responses to comments that are part of the final EIR, there were a total of 4 comment letters received. The first being from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board, Mojave Desert AQMD, and finally the County of San Bernardino Department of Public Works. The city did prepare detailed and written responses to each of these comment letters. It's important to note that none of these comment letters raised any significant new information or new impacts that would require recirculation of the document. And finally, the staff report does include the final EIR, which consists of the responses to comments, errata, which include minor administrative modifications to the draft EIR, and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. So that concludes the presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions either now or later on during this public hearing.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Ashamini. So hold on. Before we get into questions, Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
A comprehensive, a comprehensive specific plan to update the Southern California Logistics Airport. I'm sorry. So a public hearing, receive public testimony and take the following actions. Adopt resolution number 21-044, making and adopting the necessary CEQA facts and findings. Certifying the final subsequent program environmental impact report for the Southern California Logistics Airport specific plan, case number PLAN 19-00004, as adequate and complete, making a statement of overriding considerations and adopting the mitigation monitoring program. Introduce ordinance number 2419 for adoption and first reading by title only to adopt a comprehensive specific plan amendment to update the Southern California Logistics Airport specific plan and waive a further reading in full of proposed ordinance number 2419.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, with that said, we are going to get into technical questions for clarification. So council members, if you have any questions of Mr. Ashamini or Ms. Rasuski, certainly they're available. And we're going to begin with Member Gomez.
Yes. Would any of the development standards, the plan elements, the design guidelines, and administrative procedures affect the current business flow of any of the operational businesses that are delineated in the plan? If so, how? Are they going to be impacted? Is it something positive for them? Have they chimed in?
This is Tracy Radzewski, and I would, of course, defer to staff if they want to supplement the information I'm about to provide, but the design guidelines and standards affect new development and new construction. Does that answer your question?
Yes. And since this is a 2004, when it was last revised plan, what drivers and factors aided in prompting a new specific plan, and I call it new, it could be amended for this year particularly?
We've been working on this for over 2 years, so it wasn't driven by anything that occurred this year. As mentioned by staff earlier, it's just the general market demands have shifted to larger building footprints, where before they were smaller building footprints. And then this results in, again, a change in the infrastructure. There's less infrastructure with the bigger footprints, and that's just been over time. And it was time to overhaul the specific plan to address this as a whole rather than piecemeal it.
And during the project's 30-day period in 2019, how was it marketed and placed for transparency for the public for commenting? And what I mean to say is, it seems like we have a couple of legal ways of promoting this, but when you have 4 individuals of about 130,000 people in 32 to 37,000 residential homes, it just boggles my mind that we don't have people commenting. Like, I had no clue. I was not warned, I was not told. So as a council member, it worries me that we don't have much more greater output or input from our community members when this is really going to affect them for the next 25 years.
Yeah, I guess I can start, and then perhaps Mr. Zarzynski can add on. But the project, in terms of the CEQA process, was noticed in compliance with state law for both a 30-day NOP public review period and the 45-day EIR public review period. The document was sent to the state clearinghouse for posting and made available on their website. Both documents were also posted on the city's website. A newspaper notice was published in both instances, and a radius mailing, I believe it was 300 feet, was also conducted by city staff. So again, all the publishing requirements did occur in accordance with state law and city requirements as well.
And if I could add to that. Yes, the city did mail out at least 3 times to all of the property owners within the plan and within 300 feet of the plan. There's been multiple times for them to comment on the proposal throughout the last 2 years.
Okay, and please explain how the removal of 1,000 acres for industrial development is going to affect or impact the 2004 adopted plan. In other words, I didn't know that we had a high demand. So when I looked at the acres being removed, I thought that was something that was predetermined and premeditated as well.
So the acreage was redistributed. The redistribution of the acreage is shown on the table in the specific plan. And so as we explained, the industrial was reduced by 1,000 square feet because it was given a new designation of public institutional. So it didn't lose the square, it was redistributed. Did that answer your question?
Yes. And how is the city deciding to use this public institutional district? Since I'm not sure if my former question with this question makes sense too, but why would we need to redistribute? Is that also because of the impact of the market?
It's an existing facility that just seemed to be a better designation rather than industrial.
And what are the projections to enhance in the area?
Thank you, Member Gomez. Were you able to understand the question?
I think she was asking me the impact of the new designation of the public institutional. I'm sorry, I didn't completely understand the question.
Member Gomez, the chair is going to permit you to repeat the question.
What are the projections to enhancing the tax base in the area?
I think Alan covered that earlier as far as what's established, and it's the creation of the jobs at the tax base over 250 million created to date, and over 2,000 permanent jobs generated. Beyond that, I don't have the projections.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Irving, technical questions?
No, I don't have any technical questions. It sounds like this is an amendment to update a current plan that we already have and make it relevant for today and as we move forward. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Member Becerra?
Yes, I have two. They're probably for Keith. Keith, with their EIR, I understand we're for noise ordinance and a couple of the other things they listed, but is the Air Force still responsible for the ground and the groundwater on SCLA?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I understand the question more so specific to the environmental contamination either in the ground or the groundwater. Is that correct, Councilmember Becerra?
Yes, sir.
The federal government is responsible for all monitoring and remediation. There are a couple of known plumes that were created by jet fuel that the Air Force is still actively out there monitoring and trying to clean up, and they are responsible from cradle to grave the environmental contamination in the ground and in the groundwater.
Okay, and with this new move of this, will our sphere of influence, will it take us all the way to the edge, or no, there'll still be a little bit left? Oh, well.
Mr. Metzler?
I'm sorry, getting used to the mute button over here, it's different. My understanding is that this project and the specific plan itself, its northernmost boundary, goes as far north to abut up against the city of Atalanto's jurisdiction, so there's no additional sphere of influence anywhere around the airport that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's it. No further questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Member Becerra. The chair has no technical questions for clarification. With that said, we're going to open the public hearing and receive public testimony. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
There are no speakers at this time.
Thank you. Chair closes the public hearing and brings this item back to the council. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title of the ordinance?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Victorville adopting a comprehensive specific plan amendment to update the Southern California Logistics Airport specific plan with a subsequent program environmental impact report on property generally located north of Air Expressway, south of the Victorville city limit line between the Mojave River and Atalanto Road.
Thank you. And the chair invites a motion specifically to adopt staff's recommendation as to points 1, 2, and 3 as set forth on the agenda.
So moved.
Thank you. We have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Irving, and was the second Member Becerra?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And a second by Member Becerra. We're going to get into discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I don't have any discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Becerra?
None, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez?
Yes, two things. I wanted to make a motion to provide time for the study of the plan. It's over 600 pages. I think a close examination of these propositions.
Member Gomez, if you would like to make a substitute motion, please do.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to bring this item back for review and analysis no sooner than August 2021. That's my motion.
Thank you. We have a substitute motion by Member Gomez. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies. Member Gomez, do you have any
Yes.
comments on the main
Madam Mayor,
motion?
if I might interrupt for a second,
Yes,
I just want to get clarification. Did you formally open the public hearing?
yes, I did and closed it.
Okay, because I just see some hands up. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez, comments on the pending motion?
Yes, the plan was adopted in 93, modified in 2004. This is over 600 pages. It does require revision. I don't recall any types of information, any inclusion of city council or the audience members. And so if we're gonna have a huge impact of the next 25 years and no workshops, no meetings with councils and no public engagement, but this one alone, I think it would merit more discussion and a wider perspective, not just.
Member Gomez, we're having comments on the pending motion. Your motion to extend this was died. Do you have any further comments as it relates to the motion? Thank you. All right, the chair just has no comments as to the motion, but I certainly do wish to thank Mr. Ashimini and Ms. Rasuski for the very full and wonderful presentation. Discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Member Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the council, and certainly operating in its capacity with SCLA, has just taken action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda as to points 1, 2, and 3. Now going to move on to public hearing item number 4, consideration of approval of the notice of exemption and a request to award a standard construction contract to build block walls and gates for well sites number 204, 208, and 209, as stated in the Water Master Plan. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is largely dealing with well sites in the southern part of the community, south of and around the Dunier Plaza, which is southwest Bear Valley Road, I-15, and Amargosa Road. This item is actually being asked to continue to a subsequent meeting, but because it involves a public hearing, I believe it'd be appropriate at this time to open and close the public hearing.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
That the Victorville Water District Board of Directors open the public hearing, take public testimony, and leave the public hearing open and continue this item to the June 1st, 2021 regular city council meeting.
Thank you. All right, we're now going to get into technical questions for clarification, if there are any at this point. Beginning with Member Gomez.
Yeah, I'm not understanding the requirements for the continuance. Where can I find the standard construction contract to build security block walls and gate documents?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'll go ahead and ask that the author of this item, Mr. Doug Matthews, who's the Director of Public Works and Water, speak to this item. He's likely the one that knows a little bit more closely where this project is in the process.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler, and good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. Those items will be forthcoming at the June 1st meeting, when the entire item will be considered.
Okay, so for clarification, are you stating that we will have for the standard construction contract to build the security walls and the gates?
I'm sorry, I missed that. I did.
Yes, so for clarity, are you saying that the council will have at its behest the standard construction contract to build the security block walls and the gates?
Yes, we will be bringing the approval of the construction contract to the June 1st meeting.
No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Becerra.
No questions, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
At this time, I don't have any questions. I'll have questions on the June 1st meeting. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And the chair has none. So at this point, we are going to open the public hearing, take testimony, and then the chair is going to invite a motion to continue the hearing until the June 1st meeting. So with that said, Madam Clerk, are there requests to speak?
Yes, the first speaker is Angel Esparza.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Esparza.
Good evening, member of the council.
I'm sorry, we're hearing a lot of echoing. Let's give it a try again.
Yeah, can you hear me, members of the council?
We can now without the echoing. Thank you so much.
Okay, Madam Mayor. I know this is not the topic, but item 3, we all had our hands up and we were completely cut off by speaking on public comment for item 3.
Thank you, Mr. Esparza. So, Madam Clerk, I recall having asked you if there were any requests to speak and there were none.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And then we were here and the fellow city employee said, hey, he sees hands up. We've been here the whole time. I've been on.
Yes, thank you,
I've been
Mr.
on-
Esparza. However, the public hearing had already been opened. Requests were invited to speak. There were no hands raised. The chair then closed the public hearing. So that's the procedure that we follow. However, Mr. Esparza, understanding that you may wish to speak to this, I would certainly invite you can contact the city office and have your comments, your questions addressed. Mr. DeBortnowski, do you have any further recommendations?
So if I may.
One moment, Mr.
last-
Esparza. One moment. I do understand your concern. Mr. DeBortnowski.
That would be appropriate. The public hearing is closed, but I'm certain the speaker is welcome to submit any questions he wants to city staff. We'll try and get them responded to.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Esparza. We do appreciate that you are a concerned citizen, and you've certainly have participated in our meetings in the past, and we would certainly invite you to share your questions, your concerns with the city subsequent to this meeting.
I appreciate.
So
your patience.
as to the public hearing item that we're on, number 4, do you have any comments or that you'd like to make?
I do not. I just like to just submit that into the record. Because
Yes.
this is quite a delay.
Thank you, Mr. Esparza. Madam Clerk.
Those are all the speakers.
Thank you. All right, that being said, the chair is going to bring this item back to the council and invites a motion to continue the public hearing to the June 1st meeting.
Councilwoman Gomez would like to make that motion for June 1st.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. And now is there any discussion on the pending motion, beginning with the maker, Member Gomez?
Not at the moment.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor Jones has none. Excuse me. Discussion period is now closed. And Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So this public hearing has been continued until the June 1st meeting. We're now going to move on to our next business in order, which is the consent calendar, items 5 through 8. Chair invites a motion to adopt the recommendations set out on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Thank you. We have a first. Is there a second?
Questions on number.
Thank you. There's a second.
Can you
Madam
hear?
Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
I asked for number 6, and there's no response.
Member Gomez, I did not hear you. My
Yeah, I'm
apologies.
Saying that 3 times.
Member Gomez, again, my apologies. So we're already into the vote. I'm going to allow it this time. So go ahead on number 6.
So my question for number 6 on the quarterly investments. I would love to hear an explanation to the component units of the total portfolio versus the overall portfolio yields. And the second question is explaining the data that was found on the pie charts that's related to the investment summary. Those are my 2 questions.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, if we might take them one by one, because I'm not quite sure either of the 2 questions we fully understood. So maybe one at a time would be easier to give a proper answer.
Yes.
So Councilmember Gomez, can you restate your first question?
Yes. You have component units and there's the total under the components. Next to it, you have the terminology total portfolio, and right next to it, you have the word overall portfolio yields. There's 2 different columns with 2 different figures.
Correct. And so
how they relate to the component units.
say that part again.
I wanted to know how both of those figures related to the component unit, the City of Victorville Water District.
Sure. Sure. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that. So I'm looking at, for example, page 1262. And so when you're looking at the component units, I believe you're actually looking at what's defined there on the very left column, which is the component unit would be either the City of Victorville, a community facilities district, or the account for the water district, or the joint powers financing, and on and on and on. Those would be the component units. The second column, the number there, that's a dollar amount. So that's actually defined as your total portfolio amount. And so that's effectively what you have on a dollar basis in those particular accounts. And then the overall yield is listed individually for each of those component units based upon the dollar amounts, the actual amount that's being returned on your amount sitting in the bank, basically.
And then the follow-up question is, there's a pie graph with 3 different distinction of colors. And I asked if you would explain the data that's found on that pie chart that's related to the investment summary.
Oh, yes.
So, Mr. Metzler, if you hold on just a moment. So the purpose of being able to ask questions on the consent calendar is that they're questions for minor clarification. I'm beginning to think this is going beyond that. So Mr. Metzler, at this point, this is all the information that's in the staff report. If perhaps you and Member Gomez can take this up when the meeting is concluded, because the information is clear in the staff report. Right, Member Gomez.
Impartial, thank you.
Okay, Member Gomez, the chair did not seek your opinion as to how this meeting's being facilitated and will suspend.
Objection.
All right.
I don't agree with you. You're leading the council.
Okay, so Member Gomez, if you would like to make a point of order, you're free to do that. Please cite the policy or procedure that's been breached. And Member Gomez is out of order, does not have the floor. Madam Clerk, will you kindly mute the member as she's refusing to yield herself to the directives of the chair, and for the peace of this council, it now becomes necessary. All right, we're now going to continue on with the voting process. We had an aye by Member Becerra. Madam Clerk, will you continue? And you can unmute Member Gomez when it's her opportunity to vote.
Councilmember Gomez?
No on item 6.
The other ones, yes, Member Gomez. Does Member Gomez vote yes on the remaining items?
No on item 6.
Does Member Gomez vote yes on the remaining items on the consent calendar?
Objection. Leading the council, already asked and responded.
Member Gomez, again, as the chair stated in the last number of meetings, this is not a courtroom. Councilmember Gomez is not an attorney, and it's much simpler to follow the lesser burden in following our policies and procedures, and the council member will do that. Madam Clerk, since Member Gomez does not wish to state her vote on the on any item except for number 6, we're going to cast that vote or record that vote in a manner that's acceptable. All right, and please proceed, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye. Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no on item 6.
And what is the recorded vote on the remaining items? For
Since
Councilmember
there was a
Gomez?
silent vote, it was yes.
Thank you very much. All right, the council and the council operating in its various capacities has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the consent calendar. I'm now going to move on to our next order of business, which is written communications, beginning with item number 9, presentation of the Information Technology 5-Year Strategic Plan. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is a much needed item in the sense that the last time we'd actually done technology master plan was back in 1996. So we've had the opportunity over the course of the last year to bring in some assistance from the outside to review our technology infrastructure, our technology system, along with our staffing, to come up with a game plan, if you will, as to what we should be looking at from as a city of our size, with the number of applications, hardware that helps keep our city running. So with that, we have developed a 5-year strategic plan that will serve as guidance going forward, and this will actually become basis for some of the budgetary efforts we're not only putting in front of you at our budget workshop next week, but over the course of the next 5 years. So with that, this item was authored by your interim Director of Information Technology, Mr. Frank Rich. I'll go ahead and allow him to introduce more specifically. He can answer questions, but I believe also he has the consultant on board as well to make a brief presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Rich, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Mayor and City Council members, tonight we have the presentation of our IT 5-year strategic plan.
Mr. Rich, my apologies.
Can you
for
hear
interrupt-
Mr. Rich okay?
No, we
Madam Mayor?
cannot.
Okay, this is part of our testing process. Just bear with us.
Can you hear me now, Madam Mayor?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Rich.
Madam Mayor and City Council members, tonight we have the presentation of our 5-year IT strategic plan. This item was before the council in November 3rd of last year as one of the potential items to be funded with CARES Act funding. Following authorization by the county, the contract was awarded to Government Technology Group in the amount of $70,200 to perform an in-depth assessment comparing our existing IT service delivery model with industry standards and best practices. Due to COVID-19 restrictions, the consultants performed their assessment remotely through file sharing and video conferencing with city staff from various departments. As Mr. Metzler stated, the previous IT master plan was adopted in 1996, so this was a much needed update to bring it up to current IT standards and practices. This plan serves as a guiding document, and implementation of any recommendations is contingent upon securing future funding. The plan should be continually reviewed to ensure that the IT decision-making continues to represent the best course of action to meet the needs of the city and its residents with efficient use of available technology. With us tonight to present the plan are Clancy Priest, Jeff Lewis, and Mark Gunter. And with that, I will turn it over to our consultants.
I'm trying to unmute. Oh, good evening. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, sorry about that. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members, and thank you for the opportunity to present our report on the Information Technology 5-year strategic plan. Just a little bit about Government Technology Group. We are a group of former chief information officers in municipal government in California, and collectively between us, we have around 85 years of experience. And we specialize in this type of IT assessment and strategic planning. Let me see here. Okay, I apologize. This is the first time, bear with me here, it's the first time I've done a PowerPoint via Zoom. So you'll have to forgive me. Anyway, that's the three of us here tonight to discuss this with you. So the city engaged GTG to create a 5-year plan. We first performed a thorough assessment of all IT functions and expenditures and resources and management of the department. This report is a 5-year plan for future improvements of the city's IT functions. And just let me take one moment to state that it was the city staff that we worked with and interviewed for this were very cooperative and extremely talented folks that you have there in Victorville, and you should be proud of that. Anyway, our assessment revealed that the city has basically a standard infrastructure for a typical municipal government of your size. The city also uses standard business software systems and tools to address its business case. We also documented the human resources of the department and how it compares to industry standards. The IT expenditures and budgets were reviewed and compared to other cities. The data collected during the assessment was compared to the industry standards for local government. The process also caused us to review the industry best practices for decision-making, software applications, technology infrastructure, and IT service delivery, and also community access. So review of the data led us to the issues and recommendations put forward in the plan. Data revealed that existing staffing levels are below industry standards for the size and complexity of the city system. The number of staff as compared to the quantity of system nodes is considered below average, what is needed to maintain a stable IT environment. This has caused delays in service deliveries and routine maintenance. This could also impact data security eventually. The report recommends improving funding for IT. How funding is increased and from what resources is also addressed. The report points out that most organizations spend approximately 3.28% of their general fund on IT expenditures. The city currently, it spends approximately 1.58 of its general fund towards IT. Of all the systems reviewed, the GIS was considered very important to the city's business case. This system is used heavily across all departments. Management understands this need and is addressing it. Our understanding is we've received information that 2 GIS technicians are being looked at to increase IT staffing. So the plan highly recommends the implementation of an IT governance structure. And this governance will align all of the various factors for successful department. IT governance is the most important factor in generating business value for IT. Training was another subject that was prevalent across most departments. Most staff felt productivity would be increased with more training. Pardon me. And with this, I'm going to hand it over to Jeff Lewis. He is our subject matter expert in the firm on broadband infrastructure. Jeff?
Thank you, Clancy. Madam Mayor and council members, I'm pleased to be able to present to you tonight regarding important steps to build out a broadband network in your community. The first item I'll discuss includes approving a Dig Once policy. The Dig Once policy helps reduce costs and assist in building a broadband network out faster than without it. Dig Once policy also includes taking advantage of capital improvement projects. The next item includes evaluating public-private partnerships to reduce costs and expand the network more quickly. As an example, while I worked for the city of Merced, we partnered with a provider and local governments, including school districts, to save over $1 million in one fiber run alone that went from one side of the city to the other. By engaging with a partner, you outsource what the providers are good at. You're good at and retain a share for what the city is good at, which is building infrastructure. With partners in place, there is an opportunity for increased revenue flow to the city. At the last city I worked at, similar to the size of Victorville, we estimated conservatively bringing in approximately $1 million annually after 10 years of starting the project. Currently, I'm aware of 2 providers that are interested in partnering with the city at this time, if there's any interest. Regarding a robust broadband network, it's a necessity to build next generation networks to enhance connectivity for residents and businesses. A broadband network enhances economic development, providing improved services to businesses and homes, and also supporting work from home capabilities, which is prevalent due to COVID restrictions and is now becoming the new norm. It also supports smart city technologies, including traffic system enhancement, smart parking, innovation districts, building management, public safety, smart homes, telemedicine and healthcare, digital inclusion, autonomous cars, and delivery robots, just to name a few. At this time, we're recommending investigating COVID relief funding available. At the federal level, there's a Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, which is, I think, about $8 billion available. The state has AB 14, which is Communications Broadband Services for the California Advanced Services Fund, and SB 4, California Advanced Services Fund, Deaf and Disabled Telecommunications. Both of these there are also, I think, over $1 billion available to local government. The last item I want to discuss is the establishment of a public education government fee for local cable providers. This is a common practice by municipalities in the state. Our estimates based off the strategic plan study included approximately $250,000 per year in funding, which could be used to expand PEG broadcast in the community and support council broadcast and city communications. During our interviews at Victorville, staff informed us that the city had the ability to install broadband infrastructure for approximately $8 per foot. At this rate, the city could run 6 miles of broadband infrastructure per year, which is a great addition for the city if possible. Services supported with this include council chamber upgrades, broadband in parks, downtown, and along traffic corridors. With the infrastructure in place, the city could perform remote council broadcasts if desired and stream government channel throughout the city, providing improved communications and messaging for your residents. If Victorville is interested in pursuing broadband, we recommend taking advantage of the existing opportunity as soon as possible to improve services and add a revenue stream for the city. Eventually, these grant funds are going to dry up, and I know they're available at this time. The city has an existing infrastructure and processes in place for supporting broadband, which is a great starting place. There are also significant state and federal funding sources that can dramatically impact building out broadband in Victorville's community, which would result in improving economic development and smart city initiatives while providing a revenue source to assist with sustainability. With that, if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. Otherwise, I'll return speaking back to Clancy.
Thank you very much. Before we do that, Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
That the city council adopt the information technology 5-year strategic plan as prepared and presented by Government Technology Group LLC.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, now we will get into technical questions for clarification. We'll begin with Member Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a question. What would it do for, and I don't know if it's for Keith or for them, what would it do for the technology here at City Hall? Is it upgrading that? Or is it just upgrading the broadband outside of the city, outside of City Hall?
Is this for PEG-related funds or for the broadband in general?
The broadband in general.
Yeah, for broadband in general, you could upgrade your city network infrastructure. So it has the ability to do that. It has the ability to extend it out into your community. You can connect businesses, you can connect residents. That's where the big impact comes.
So it's not just for us, it's for the community as a whole.
That is correct. Usually what they do is they start, the best approach is usually start with your businesses if you're building it, because then you can get a revenue source, which will compound and actually help you build out further into the community and eventually to your residents.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. That's it. No further questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez, technical questions for clarification?
Yes. How does the IT plan bring or promote resident engagement and transparency when policies have been politically passed to disengage participation from the public?
Well, we didn't address that specifically, but overall, the improvement in technology is also aimed at improving constituent participation.
Yeah, would you tell me, for example, how does that increase the engagement for the public?
Well, it allows things, for example, of what is happening tonight with the Zoom meetings and things of that nature, that they are more robust and seamless. It also allows for more communication electronically with constituents. And you can, as improvements are made, there are a number of things that can be set up, like a dashboard for finance and things of that nature that can improve interaction with the public.
Yeah, Councilmember Gomez, if I may, what we'll also do, if you're building out a broadband network to the community, what usually mostly providers, what they do is they build where they can make money. They're not fiscally interested in building to areas that don't make money. So if you build your own broadband network, then the city can identify where it wants to take that network, and it can help the digitally disadvantaged neighborhoods by adding broadband to their locations and their community neighborhoods.
Thank you. Will you be extending the public comment with the IT technology? Is that a possibility? We had a lot of raised hands on number 3, but it seems like we missed them all. And I'm concerned because public hearings are for transparency, and we don't want the public to believe that they're not being participatory.
So thank you, Member Gomez. This is not a public hearing, and the public hearings that were held this evening were held according to our policy and procedure. So do you have another question?
Of course. How were the vision, mission, and values obtained for the executive overview?
Jeff, you want to address that one?
What we did was we met with all the various departments in the city manager's office and brought those together in developing the mission and the vision for the city.
By any chance, did you use the current plan? Was that incorporated when you spoke to the executive team, or was it a personal opinion, or how was that directed? I presume they used the plan, but I don't know.
Well, we did take a look at the previous technology plan. It's been, the city had for a while. And we also reviewed city documents provided to us by the technology department that were delivered to them from, other departments. So we did review the city's existing information.
Okay. And in relation to this item, did we have public engagement or a period for comment, council workshops, or anything to be inclusive of the public, including council?
No, we didn't have any public engagement on this. This was, we were reviewing an internal service. So there was no, and just to add to what Jeff said, we, when we did our assessment of the existing IT, we did do a thorough review of the previous plan. I think it was 1996. And we went through that with a fine tooth comb to see what was proposed and what was accomplished, and sort of use that as the springboard to go forward. And then we met with all the various departments and divisions in the city to interview folks, the staff, ask them what their needs and wants are, how happy they are with IT service delivery, things of that nature. We went through a question and answer with each and every one of them, which yielded a lot of information. The one thing I would also like to comment on is that the city, the executive management and the management in general, there's a very strong support from that area of the IT department. So it's one of the ground foundations for having a successful IT, is that you're supported internally by the executives and the management, which is the case in Victorville.
Okay. Any of those interviews, or whatever we call them, surveys, were they done in writing or were they done one-on-one? Were they able to do them anonymously?
We didn't do anything anonymously that I can remember. We did supply questions in advance. We did have group discussions with multiple people, and I have to tell you, people were very open and honest with us. I mean, that's the impression that I got. I did not sense any reserve. The one thing we did ensure everyone, as we interviewed them, that it was a confidential interview. We would not be sharing that, other than the data, the raw data that we were accumulating. We wouldn't be sharing any opinions of staff as an individual.
Okay, and my last question is, I know you recommended that the city take advantage of the broadband grants before they wash out. So perhaps this is my question to them. Will the city be incorporating any kind of desire to bring broadband to our communities that perhaps may use it if we have some kind of mapping system that evidences that for communities?
Member Gomez, what we'll do is we'll look and see what funding is available. I know a lot has become available with the American Recovery Act. So once those funds are released and we know what we can do with those funds, then we'll decide the best way to serve our residents.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, I do have, well, I don't really have any technical questions. I think that they've been addressed. I was particularly interested in broadening the community accessibility. It sounds like the plan provides capacity to move in that direction. And also, I heard conversations about perhaps exploring smart city strategies. And so I just want to say I'm on board. So thank you.
Thank you. So, so I'll ask that as a question. Is that perception correct?
Yeah, that perception is correct. A lot of it starts with looking at the broadband options that we have and what we can put out in the community before we can make it a smart city. So broadband is really going to be the first step.
Thank you. All right. Anything further, Mayor Pro Tem? I see that. All right. Thank you. And the chair has no questions on this. So proceeding on from the question period, the chair invites a motion to adopt the recommendation set out on the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Irving, a second by Member Becerra. I'm now going to move into discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I don't have any discussion. Thank you very much. And I think you did a great job in your presentation. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Member Becerra?
Also done. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez?
Yes. I would encourage city staff to continue to look at broadband, something that we're coming into new age. Obviously, the pandemic has not.
Okay, so Member Gomez, this is comments on the pending motion.
But broadband, I think, would be something that we can definitely use. Thank you.
Thank you. And the chair, simply in her capacity in facilitating the meeting, wishes to thank the presenters. It was very informative.
Thank you for
All right,
the
with that said, the discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has just taken action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda. We're now going to move to item number 10. This is the Water Distribution Network GIS Data Update Contract Amendment number 1. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yeah, this is an item that's really intended to focus on updating the GIS system we have, geographic information system, relative to your water distribution system, and also update to include the hydraulic model. I certainly know one of the results is to make sure we have even better data in this system so that we're much more familiar with all of what makes up the water delivery system in the city. This item is brought to you by your interim director of information technology, Mr. Frank Rich. He's available for any technical questions or comments you might have on this item.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
That the City Council approve Amendment number 1 to the Consultant Professional Service Provider Agreement by and between Victorville Water District and Sidaro Incorporated in the amount of $54,000, authorizing the extended scope to the project budget to complete the work outlined in Project Task 2.
Thank you. We're now going to have take technical questions for clarification, beginning with Member Gomez.
So for number 10, how will the GIS data be simplified with this inclusion?
Councilmember Gomez, the main focus of this project was actually just getting the data into our GIS system. This included 2 separate GIS data sets that we had from our 2 previous water districts before they merged. So the biggest goal was just making sure we had accurate data for this one.
And then my next question is, how will the city of Victorville be addressing the results of the merger? We know that the results of the merger is a fragmented water GIS data set with many issues, including missing features, inaccurate located features, and incomplete feature attributes. And these cause inconsistencies in analyzing current asset inventory, water distribution.
Member Gomez, is there a question in there?
Yes, that's the question. This is right from the report. I'm sorry you didn't read it, but I'm unquoting the report.
Member Gomez, the commentary is not acceptable
Well,
to
then
the
don't
chair.
Every
Okay,
time.
Mr. Metzler, would you kindly begin answering the question?
Yeah, she was mentioning items that we did put in the report that this project is seeking to solve.
I thank you. I'm going to finish reporting for the record, and I appreciate your response. I just don't appreciate that I was interrupted. I wanted to finish.
Gomez, proceed.
My question was, how will the city of Victorville be addressing the results of the merger? Quote, straight from the report, the results of the merger is a fragmented water GIS data set with many issues, including missing features, inaccurately located features, and incomplete feature attributes. This causes inconsistency in analyzing current asset inventory, water distribution modeling, and asset management in the field, quote unquote. You can see the GIS data update. I don't need any response. I just wanted to finish my question without interruption. Thank you.
And I believe it was answered. All right, any further questions, Member Gomez?
No further.
Thank you. Member Becerra?
I just have one. Either Mr. Matthews or GIS, have any of our assets out in the field disappeared, or fixed assets? What we're talking, the water tanks, the water pumps and all that, have any of them disappeared?
I'm not aware that any have disappeared. I am aware of one particular instance, and I think that's exactly what this exercise is going to help resolve. Is I am aware of one particular instance where we did have a line break, and if I recall correctly, that was a line break over at the bottom of Hospital Hill, where going to the GIS, because we did not have a complete set of information in the GIS. We had a line break, go to the GIS system to try to figure out what we're dealing with in terms of size, material, what have you, and it wasn't in the system. So this is going to be more so geared towards that, solving those as an example. We're not experiencing issues where things are disappearing in the GIS system.
But on that particular one, the hospital was the only location that was affected, and at no time did they lose water, correct?
I believe it's correct that they didn't lose water, and I think that's because there was likely a second feed. Mr. Matthews is probably more familiar with that particular section of lines in the city, but there were other customers that were affected, I do believe.
So the GIS would just make us better at what we do delivering water, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, I may know the answer to this question, but I'm gonna ask anyway. So essentially, bottom line, we're asking, you're asking that we extend the scope of work to complete task 2. And the rationale for extending the scope of work is because we had sparse data, we didn't have accurate data, and that's because of the merger. I guess I'm kind of front loading the response, but is that correct?
Yeah, that's basically correct. When this project was first put together, we estimated the number of water improvement plans we thought might have missing data. So we're going back, paper plans from who knows how long ago. When we actually got into it and looked at everything we had approximately 500 that was missing data.
And okay, all right, I'll accept that. I'll leave that where it is. So thank you very much.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it was about a 10-fold increase in some of the labor just to get the new data into GIS.
Is that going to impact the entire project or the scope of work for the other, 4 tasks? Or actually 3, because you've already completed task 1, right?
No, this should allow us to complete the task. That $54,000 should be enough to cover just getting all that additional data mapped out and into the system.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And if I might, Madam Mayor, and I'm hoping that it helps. Some of what we're talking about is really taking from as-built plans, because after it's built, unless there's a set of as-builts drawn, there's no real record of what you have underground that's making up the system. And so effectively, that's what an as-built set of plans does. And that becomes our official record, so that if we ever need to go inspect something or identify something, or if there's a construction project in the area, you typically go to your set of as-builts to figure out, what type of utilities you have out in a public right-of-way. And what we're talking about here is identifying, say, for example, as-builts that have not yet been converted. We've converted a ton of the as-builts to create the GIS mapping system that we currently have. But this has taken those either computer-generated or hand-drawn as-built maps, taking that raw product and converting it into the GIS system that we currently have. Hopefully that helps.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right, the chair has no technical questions for clarification, but does just want to take an opportunity to thank staff for a very thorough report. All right, with that said, we're going to move on from the questioning period. The chair invites a motion for the City Council acting in its capacity as the Victorville Water District Board of Directors adopt staff recommendation.
I'd like to move item number 10 as approved by staff. I'm sorry.
Second.
Member Gomez, I didn't hear completely what you said. Could you restate that?
I'd like to move item number 10 as recommended by staff.
Yes, certainly. As the chair invited. Thank you, Member Gomez. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. We're now going to move into discussion on the pending motion, beginning with the maker, Member Gomez.
None at the moment.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Comments on the pending motion?
None, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, and the chair has none. Discussion period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the City Council, acting in its capacity as the Victorville Water District Board of Directors, has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda. Going to move on now to item number 11. This is receive and file of annual single audit on federal expenditures report. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item normally comes as a companion item to your file of the CAFR, which is your annual financial documents. However, because of the COVID pandemic and federal rules still being required to have been reviewed and understood, the single audits have actually been delayed to this point to where we're actually bringing them before you today to consider. This item has been authored by your finance director and city treasurer, Mr. John Mendiola. He's certainly available for any questions or comments. And then is the auditor available as well?
Thank you, Mr. Metzler, Madam Mayor, members of the council.
One moment, is the auditor available as well?
Yes, the auditor is available. He is one of the principals for Clifton, Larson and Allen, our audit firm, Mr. Nitin Patel. And we also have our lead grant administrator and our admin analyst in finance, Kim Scott, to be available for any details too.
Terrific. Thank you so much. All right. Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
That the city council receive and file the fiscal year 2019-2020 single audit report.
Thank you. We're going to move on now to those technical questions for clarification. We're going to begin with Member Becerra.
None, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes. What occurred in the recording notes receivable and the reducing expenses for a loan that was made by the city that was or was not or needed adjustment? Did the city forget to record the functions that were related to the expenditures? You can place your attention on section 11 of the financial statement finding.
And Councilmember Gomez, could you help us further with citing the page number?
Yes, I'm actually going quote unquote, which is recording notes receivable and reducing expenses for a loan made by the city that was adjusted. And this is related to the expenditures.
I know. So my question was, can you give us the actual page number in the staff
Did the
report?
auditors not understand my question?
No, Councilmember Gomez, the chair is asking you if you could cite the page number that you're referring to.
I
in the
said
report.
section 2 financial statement findings.
Okay, so I guess I'm not going to get an answer, so we'll move on. Can we get an answer to Ms. Gomez's question?
Certainly, this is Kim Scott. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. The answer to that is that we had closed on the loan for the Hillcrest and we just didn't adjust it. It happened right at the end of June and we did not catch it right at the end of June. So we had to make an adjustment right afterwards.
Okay, and what policies and laws are harbored to enable reminders for staff to adjust when quote unquote cash receivables and decreases in grants when there's a recordation of a grant activity? It looks like it's not happening. There's the activities recorded, but we're not doing the cash receivables and the decreasement of the grants.
We are doing the cash receivables and the adjustments occasionally. Unfortunately, like in a year with this one with COVID, sometimes something gets missed as we are trying to review a whole bunch of documentation. And we did miss an item or two, which were caught in the audit review, but it was caught after the auditors had already started. So it was documented in the findings. And we have gone through and revised our procedures to make sure that this does not happen in this following year.
And why isn't the city adjusting, quote, the increase of depreciated expenses for the amounts classified as deletions that do not represent assets that have been disposed, unquote, of?
The city is doing the depreciation. The city did not have one of the schedules ready and adjusted. We did have a new person who had started right in the middle of the pandemic, and a couple of the steps were missed, but again, it was a training issue. It has been followed up on, and we are ensured now with the steps that we are taking that this will not happen in the future years.
Okay. The next is, how is the city going to address the reoccurrences in 2019 and to now? Will the city be implementing year-end policies and procedures to address the audit adjustments that are noted to prevent such reoccurrences?
Yes, the city has implemented a plan, and we have calendarized all of the items that we are required to perform for the audit, and we actually have additional staff now this year. So all of these items should keep everything flowing accurately, and we will be prepared for year end and for our audits.
And what is the city doing to ensure that the funds get remitted to the depositor? It looks like that's not happening, which is a repeat of also former years that have been found by the auditors.
And that is actually just a classification. They did not find any funds that needed to be remitted. They went back through everything. It was a question of items that had been deposited from developers for us to complete projects. And those projects go when we actually develop the area. And so until the area is developed, the items are held in a deposit so that it is available when we need the funds to do the infrastructure.
Oh, okay. Just the way it was reading, it was, we did everything accurately, except we're not giving we're not remitting the depositors' income back, or not income, but the monies. Thank you for answering my questions. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, I do have a few questions, and maybe they've been touched upon. I'm not really sure. Thank you, Mayor Jones, and good evening, Ms. Scott. I'm going to reference the significant deficiencies in our internal controls. Let me ask, how many of the planned corrective actions, how many have we initiated, especially for the repeat findings?
Sorry, having problems getting to my unmute. We issue a plan of corrective action every year. There were a couple of repeat findings, and those were primarily because they're items that some take several years in order to actually implement them, such as the loan that needed to go through successor agency approval through the Department of Finance. But we have made great headway this year, and I expect that we will not be seeing these in future years as we continue to make headway on these actions.
So just to clarify, we've initiated action. We've commenced to move forward. Okay, yes.
We have initiated action on every single one of these.
That's what I want to hear. Okay, okay, great. And how many have we completed? Are there enough? Have we completed any? I think I saw one or two.
We have. We've completed about half of them.
Okay,
so
excellent.
I think we've completed 4 or 5 out of the 9, and we will, by the end of this year, complete several more of those.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Ms. Scott, I want to thank you for your candor and your hard work. And the council certainly does appreciate candor, especially when it comes to issues of money, because we want to make sure that our public trust in us is well placed. And I want to thank you for taking the steps necessary to correct some of the problems. So correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of these issues that we've kind of gone over a little bit this evening, these were all presented to the council not so long ago when we had the auditor's report. Am I correct?
The majority of these were. The first 6 out of the 9 issues were all presented along with the audit. The last 3 are specific to items within single audits, but again, they are minor items.
Right.
Were easily fixed then.
Right. So just for purposes of clarification, because as you know, not everyone is an accountant, and I happen to love it because it's very black and white, right? Assets equals liabilities plus owner equity. So anyway, so making adjusting entries is a normal part of the accounting practice, is it not? Right. It doesn't mean that anything's necessarily a foul. It's just that sometimes it's just the mechanism to either correct an error or to make something reflect more properly. Would that be fair?
Yes, it is fair. There are a lot of adjusting entries on a daily basis.
Right. It's just a normal part of the accounting process, right? It doesn't mean that there's necessarily anything nefarious going on. It's just the way that accounting goes, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so the chair has no further questions and now invites. So let me ask this, Mr. Dvornowski, different boards, different councils do receive and files differently. Is it the city attorney's recommendation that we take formal action on this to receive and file?
In the past, you have not required that, so.
Okay, so then we won't.
Yeah.
So let it be done. We're receiving and filing, and everyone, thank you for the wonderful report. And thank you to our auditors, of course, they did a very thorough job. All right, with that said, we're going to move on to item number 12. And this is the annexation of tract map number 16774 into Vista Verde LMAD 5 and DFAD 2. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is a continuation from the last meeting effectively, where this is the next step in the process where property owner has requested to be annexed into these 2 particular districts, landscape maintenance of District 5 and drainage facility assessment District number 2. And so with that, from the last meeting, one of the main items that this item contains is the direction given to actually bring back the engineer's report. City engineer's report has been prepared. It has been included along with all of the requisite resolutions that go along with. Next steps in the process, presuming this council approves, would be to order the ballots. To order the election. And then eventually schedule a public hearing to read the results of that property owner election. So with that, this item is brought to you by your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler. He's the technical expert on this subject. He's certainly available for any questions or comments you might have.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the City Council approve resolution numbers 21-030 and 21-031, that preliminary approves the engineer's reports for the annexation of tract map number 16774 into Vista Verde Landscape Maintenance Assessment District 5 and Vista Verde Drainage Facilities Assessment District 2, and approve resolutions 21-035 and 036, to declare intention to annex in LMAD 5 and DFAD 2, levy assessments on the parcels within said tract, set a public hearing for July 6, 2021, and order public notices and assessment ballots to be mailed to property owners of said tract.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we're going to move on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. We're going to begin with Member Gomez.
Yes, so I know we have 4 initiation. I'm going to call them phases. What number is this? The second one, I presume, and we have 2 more?
Yes, I can answer that, Councilmember Gomez. So this is the second time that this matter will be coming to City Council. The third and the last time would be the public hearing that has been set for July 6th.
Okay. And so initially, when are the ballots going to be counted if it goes in through an annexation? Is it the last step or the second to last?
Well, typically the ballots are counted up until the time that the public hearing would be closed. For a property like this, since it's undeveloped land and it's under pretty much all the same ownership, typically we would get the ballots ahead of time, but it would be that they could come in as late as the end of the public hearing.
Okay, so now I'm presuming that this, I think it's 150 units. It's only governed by 1 or maybe 2 people, I don't know, but those are the people that would have the ballot to turn in and how this is going to fall. Is that how it works?
Yes, it's the property owner that would vote and submit the ballots.
Okay. And do we know the fees that will be assessed to incoming families that are going to be dwelling in these units approximately, since we can calculate it for 150 units and bring what the assessment and the DFAD will be? Or is that included in your report?
That is included in the report. I believe that it references the assessment rate in the staff report for both of the assessment districts.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Becerra.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Mr. Gangler, all this is at the behest of the owner of the tract, correct? The city didn't walk over there and say, let's take it all over. They requested this from us?
The owner of the land that will be developed petitioned the city to annex into these assessment districts. It was also a condition of approval on the tract.
Okay, so he came to us.
Yes, he submitted a petition to the city.
That's it, sir. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has none. So we're going to now move on to a motion. The chair invites a motion to adopt staff recommendation in its entirety. If any council member agrees, please feel free to say so moved.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. We have a first and a second. We're going to get into discussion on the pending motion, beginning with the maker, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I don't have any discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Comments on the pending motion?
Yes, since there are no other people that are going to be affected now, but the owners, if this were different, I think it would be a different vote on my behalf. Thank you for acknowledging that I had a comment.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Just for clarification, the chair always asks each member for comments on the pending motion, and the chair has no comments. Discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has unanimously adopted the recommendations set out on the agenda. We're going to move now to item number 13, initiate the annexation of tract number 16894 into citywide drainage facilities assessment district number 1, DFAD 1. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Very similar to the last item, though this is the initial step towards annexation of the subject property into DFAD 1. This item has been brought to you by your city engineer, Mr. Gangler. He's certainly available for specific questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the City Council approve resolution number 21-045 to initiate proceedings to annex tract number 16894 into DFAD 1 and direct the preparation of an engineer's report for the district.
Thank you. Technical questions for clarification, beginning with Member Becerra.
None, Madam Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, I was wondering if this particular area was also a spot for HUD. Is it considered one of the areas where HUD would be able to subsidize?
Not familiar with this project being subjected to that.
So the reason I ask is I don't know if this is also a single owner. I know it's 142 units, but I'm going to presuppose that it's also like the former one. It's one owner and we're bringing this to the fore. But I wanted to see if this was a project or something that was minimal or low housing, which would subsidize, and if our decisions today would make it an area where individuals would make it impossible to be able to live there because of these assessment fees that we're creating for them. But of course, it's to keep it clean as well. That's my reason for asking. Do we know if it's an area for HUD to subsidize?
We do not. As this project has been presented to us, it looks like a standard single-family residential project being promoted by a private developer with the intent to build single-family homes, unless they have an arrangement themselves with HUD or any other organization. I'm not exactly in a position to tell you that they would be intended to serve low to moderate income housing, if that's what you were trying to ask. I think these are more likely intended to be homes available to the general public for sale.
Okay, and looking at the estimated annex cost, when we're looking at the administrative fees, in consideration of all these fees would be subsequently placed for the owner to pay, is that how we're negotiating the formula for each parcel to be also charged a fee for maintenance? Is that different?
Well, there's no secret charges levied on the property. Everything's disclosed. And in fact, I think similar to what you see on 1598 or page 1598, the costs aren't arbitrary. And that's really the purpose for the engineer's report, is to go in and review the area to make sure that the costs are in fact appropriate and justified. They're based upon actual costs to provide the service in that area. And so once that is done, and once we go through the election process and the election results are determined, and if they're in the affirmative, then each of the actual lots within the tract will have a recorded instrument that'll show up on a title report where it'll be known that particular lot is subject to the determined fee. So it's all available there for them to know in advance.
Okay, so then the parcel fee would be $204.21 times 142, all equally?
I believe that's what it's identified on 1598. It looks like per lot on an annual basis.
Okay. All right, and then the next question was something that I asked formally as well. Is this the initiation? It's the first process you said, right? It's not the second, third, or last. We're waiting for this initiation today.
Yes, so this is, I guess, to relate it to the previous item, this item is in the place where we were at the last meeting for the previous item. This is the very first step.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, and the chair has none. And now invites a motion to adopt the recommendations set out on the agenda. You
So
agree,
moved.
please say so moved.
So moved.
Uh-oh, who was the first?
I was.
Thank you. Second, Member Becerra?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, discussion on the pending motion beginning with Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion, thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No discussion, thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
No discussion.
Thank you. The chair has none. Discussion period is closed. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
All right, well, the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda. Moving on to item number 14, Bear Valley Road overhead at BNSF Railroad Project Amendment number 1 to project funding agreement. Mr. Metzler.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, this item is being brought, I believe, as a sign to suggest that we're very close to starting construction on this project, which is the Bear Valley Bridge. And similar to what we had just recently done relative to the Green Tree extension, for the portion of the overall funding that's not funded in this case by highway bridge project money, we do have an established relationship that's been in place since 2019 via project funding agreement with SBCTA. Since that project funding agreement, the scope has changed slightly, costs have changed slightly, and certainly project costs are much more known to us now that we've actually even gone through the bidding process and the award of construction process. So with that, this item particularly focuses on completing the entire funding arrangement and establishing an agreed upon funding level between ourselves and SBCTA for that project balance that's not being covered by the Highway Bridge Project grant that's received. So with that, this item is authored by your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler. He's available for any technical questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council approve approve amendment number 1 to the project funding agreement with the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority SBCTA for the Bear Valley Road overhead at BNSF Railroad Project.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we're going to get into technical questions for clarification, beginning with Member Becerra.
I just have a question for Mr. Gangler or Mr. Metzler. When do you think this is going to start, this project, the Bear Valley Road Bridge?
Councilmember Becerra, I think I can give you an idea. The short answer is I don't know exactly, but I'm fairly confident that it will start, construction will start in the fall. There are some unknowns. Part of the unknown is after we open bids, how long it will take us to evaluate the bids and then come to City Council with a recommendation to award a contract. And then, of course, there's the time after the contract award before the contractor actually physically starts the work. I am fairly confident that the construction will start sometime in the fall.
So, Mr. Gangler, do you honestly think, and it's a good possibility, the new Green Tree overpass and the Bear Valley Road Bridge will be working on at the same time?
They will, and yes, that they will overlap.
Okay.
There are disadvantages and believe it or not, some advantages to that.
Yeah, no one will be in that area. Okay. All right, sir. No, thank you. Thank you very much for working on this. No further questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, I need clarification a little bit more. It seems like we have so many projects and I have a tendency of mixing them a little bit. I was thinking this is the Green Tree East, but there was something said about similar, and I looked at the map. So these are a lot of the discussions we've had in closed session. Is it the first time we're bringing it, or maybe it's been a long time since I've seen this project here. Is that the case?
This project has been before City Council a number of times over the years. There have been actually quite a few staff reports that have been on the agenda from time to time. And one of the more recent ones is what Mr. Metzler referred to as when the funding agreement was approved in June of 2019. But there have been other matters before City Council, including right-of-way and environmental approvals, et cetera.
Okay, I just needed a reminder. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And the chair has no questions. So now the chair invites a motion on this item to adopt staff recommendation. Please feel free to say so moved if you agree.
So moved.
Thank you. We have a first by member.
Second.
Becerra.
Second.
Second. Yes, thank you. Second by Mayor Pro Tem. Discussion on the pending motion beginning with member Becerra.
No discussion, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez on the pending motion.
No discussion.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Discussion period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the City Council has adopted staff recommendation as laid out on the agenda. Moving on now to item number 15. This is the Bear Valley Road overhead at BNSF Railroad Project, the construction management. Mr. Metzler, will you tee up this item, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. With the approval of the previous item, that serves as the funding framework to allow us to move forward with this particular item of the project, which is dealing with the construction management, which effectively oversees the construction activity, works on our behalf to attend to all construction items, including conflicts out in the field. So with that, your author is your city engineer, Brian Gengler. On this item, he's available for any technical questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The recommendation, please.
That the city council approve a consultant professional services agreement with Parsons Transportation Group for the Bear Valley Road overhead at BNSF Railroad Project Construction Management in an amount not to exceed of $1,613,726.04.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to take now technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report, beginning with Member Gomez.
Yes, my question here is going to be similar to the last one. We see a lot of these coming up and they're starting to look the same. It does say overhead and they both have similar BNSF. So if you would please remind me about this project, I would greatly appreciate it.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, this is the same item that we just talked about on item 14. So it's the Bear Valley Bridge over the railroad tracks. It's building standard lanes along the bridge deck. And it's also putting in a double left from Bear Valley Road onto Ridgecrest Boulevard.
So we couldn't put both items together. Is that what's happening?
Probably not best to put them together in the sense that they're dealing with different parties and different elements.
Okay. So I'm trying to make sure I understand. So, okay, so we're just dealing with the same BNSF overhead, but it's two different issues. One is dealing with well, like a consultant, and the other one's dealing with a different consultant. So that's why we couldn't bifurcate. That's why they're bifurcated. Is that what we're saying?
No, in this particular item, you're dealing with a construction management service provider. In the previous item, there was no consultant involved. That was an item involving us in the SBCTA for the actual funding of the project.
Okay, okay. So here on 15, it says we have a consultant for professional services agreement. So SBCTA is not a consultant. They're one of our partners, I guess, that we deal with.
SBCTA is a public agency.
Okay, but we still have to deal with them because of the funding dollars.
They're a funding resource for transportation dollars, yes.
Okay, and then was this the project that's going to take quite a time before we can see its fruition? Because we have to do all these types of processes with consultants and approving bids?
I believe we just heard City Engineer Gengler suggest that this likely could start construction in the fall of this year.
Okay, but will there be any issues that kind of are contrary to that? I know COVID came in. I don't know if COVID did any effect of not pushing this particular project forth. And is this part of our CIP?
Nothing known to us at this time for the first question, and yes to the second question that it's in our CIP.
Okay, so if we were to go along with the CIP projects from priorities, this one is right in line. There's no delays as up to date that we talk about, right?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And Mr. Metzler, and I'm going to get to the other council members, but the questions that we just heard, these would have been easily handled in an agenda review prep meeting.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Member Becerra.
Mr. Gangler, how old is this bridge?
Councilmember Becerra, the bridge was constructed in 1979.
So it's not a new bridge. Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No, I don't have any questions. Actually, Mr. Gingler, you answered my question during discussion in item 14. Thank you.
I have a point of clarification.
Thank you. Member Gomez, we don't do points of clarifications, but certainly you can ask a question with the chair's recognition, which you now have.
Was there a reason why the chair had to say that about me, but not address Becerra? Because that sounds to be very pointed at me and I don't appreciate.
Madam Mayor, can she at least refer to me as Miss?
Okay, ladies, we're going to stop.
Councilwoman?
I was recognized.
We're not in the military. We're not in the military, so she can either.
Member Becerra is out of order, has not been recognized by the chair and will suspend. Member Gomez, if you would like to have a discussion as to why the chair facilitates a meeting a certain way, I would certainly invite the member to have a discussion outside of the meeting. Moving on, the chair has no technical questions for clarification. Chair now invites a motion to adopt the recommendation set out by staff. Member Gomez has not been recognized by the chair and will suspend.
And you never suspended.
Again.
Madam Clerk,
you better mute us both.
The audio for Member Gomez and Member Becerra.
So moved.
The chair.
No, I'm sorry. I meant on the item. So sorry.
Ladies, so thank you. The chair finds it necessary sometimes to unfortunately have to mute audio when a member refuses to yield herself to the policy and procedures and the facilitation of the meeting. And so sometimes it's just necessary for the sake of our city, for the sake of our staff, and to preserve order. So with that said, the chair does invite a motion to adopt the recommendation set out by staff. Madam Clerk, will you kindly unmute the members? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a
Second.
second? Thank you. We have a first and a second. Is there discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Becerra?
No, ma'am. My questions were answered in the agenda review. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And now Member Gomez, comments as it relates to the pending motion.
There is no agenda review for Councilwoman Gomez. She's tried for
So
years.
Member Gomez, we're talking about comments as it relates to the pending motion. Do you have any to make?
I've already placed mine on the records. Thank you for offering.
Okay, the chair always invites comments on the pending motion. And the chair has no comments on the pending motion, but wishes to make a clarification for the record. As Member Gomez has stated that she's not had an opportunity for an agenda review. Mr. Metzler, can you please explain that? That would be concerning.
Yeah, that is not accurate. I have a standing calendared meeting with Ms. Gomez at 9 o'clock on Monday morning. She has chosen not to participate for a very long time now.
I'm not available in your schedule.
The meeting. Member Gomez, you've not been recognized by the chair. Madam Clerk, and will suspend. So, so maybe this is something that once again could be worked out behind the scenes, but certainly no council member is entitled to special treatment. It's my understanding that there has been requests made of staff to have these agenda review meetings held with Member Becerra outside normal business hours, and that certainly is expecting special treatment.
Madam
to
Mayor,
which
it's
no
Councilwoman
circumstance-
Gomez. Madam Mayor, it's Councilwoman Gomez.
Oh, my
Yeah,
apologies.
It's
My
Councilwoman Gomez.
apologies.
No, thank you.
Member Gomez. So that said, excuse me. The discussion period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Don't ask unless you unmute.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. And before we move again, once again, my apologies to Member Becerra. The chair's comments were certainly directed to the issue with Member Gomez and the agenda review meetings. All right, moving on to item number 16, materials testing consultant for road reconstruction and rehabilitation projects. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this item is related really as a follow-up to the item that we had previously approved at the last council meeting when we awarded the contract, I believe, to Sully Miller for work over at Industrial Boulevard in Silica. For a project like this, it's not uncommon for us to require an independent consultant to serve as an inspector and materials tester to make sure that everything that's actually being constructed and installed from a materials perspective is the correct materials, and from a design perspective, meeting the right design standards that were actually spec'd out in the design plans and bid in the contract. So they're effectively our independent set of eyes on the project. So with that, this item is brought to you by your city engineer, Mr. Gangler. He's certainly available for any technical questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk.
That the city council approve a consultant professional services provider agreement with Phenon LLC in an amount not to exceed $175,000 for construction material testing for 2 capital improvement projects.
Thank you. We're going to open up to technical questions of clarification, beginning with Member Gomez.
Yes, I'm looking at the contract here with the prevailing wages. So I'm going to presume that this item has the capacity and the requirement for it to be a business enterprise for disadvantaged businesses. Did by any chance we incorporate any of the new marketing to be able to bring forth the such?
First, these projects are locally funded projects, so they don't have the federal DBE requirement attached to it. The previous direction by council was that we do expand our efforts to encourage DBEs associated with all projects, but I'm not aware that this was done. I believe this process was done before that direction was given. Mr. Gangler, can you attest to that, or did we in fact promote this as a DBE?
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. That's correct. This project has no DBE requirements because there is no federal funding on it. However, there are state prevailing wage requirements that apply for certain classifications and some of the people that will be performing services in this project.
Okay. So it was stated that this is a local project. So I'm going to presume with the assumption that perhaps because we're getting federal local dollars, does these other agencies not receive federal funding, which disqualifies these projects to fall under DBE?
Well,
what other?
I'll let Mr. Metzler answer.
Well, it wasn't clear to me what other agencies Ms. Gomez is talking about.
Well, you stated something about it being locally funded. So if it's being locally funded, it assumes that federal dollars would not come to federally funded projects, and this would be one of them. So if there's a tertiary vendor or contractor or what have you making some kind of agreement, it means these projects that are locally funded would not be able to reach out because it's from a third source that would be federally funded. Do you understand what I'm saying?
The last part, no.
There's a collaboration and there's not just one funder for this project, is there?
They're locally sourced funds. They're not federal funds. And because of that, they're not requirements as a part of our solicitation. If the contractor that's actually bidding chooses independently that they want to bring on a DBE, that's certainly within their prerogative to do so. But as these particular projects were bid, that requirement did not exist.
Okay, so in the purchasing contracts, are we bringing something of that resolution for if a subcontracting agency comes in with the bidding project, whoever bid the project, can we even be influential in that demand?
Not as a part of the bidding process if it's not required pursuant to a federal requirement, but what we have agreed to do pursuant to council direction is for future public works projects, create more awareness, do more promotion to DBEs to help them become aware of what projects are coming forward, but to influence that actually in the solicitation, if it's not required, that's about as far as we can go.
Okay, I just figured the city of Victorville was an influencer and was able to do RPFs that have a clause within them that would promulgate something of that nature. So it's not just far-fetched, whoever comes in, well, sorry, we won the bid and we're not for DBE, so we're not gonna bring that up. So it was my intent to see if the city was an influencer.
We're out of time.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem
None.
Irving. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Questions, thank you. Thank you, no
Thank you.
questions.
Chair has none and now invites a motion.
Motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Thank you. We have a first. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. We're now going to take discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Becerra.
No questions or comments. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No discussion, thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, I don't know if it's incumbent on the interpretation of what we're dealing with, but if we need to revisit the interpretation of how to bring in local dollars or federal dollars to be targeting disadvantaged business enterprises, I think we
Member
might.
Gomez, this is comments on the pending motion. Do you have any?
Thank you. I've placed my comment. I appreciate it.
And the chair has no comments on the pending motion. Discussion period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendation laid out on the agenda. Going to move on now to item number 17, CareStar Foundation Grant Acceptance. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This involves the acceptance and an appropriation of expenditure for a life-saving tool out in the field that will actually help help our paramedics, our medic responders be even more efficient out on scene. So this item has actually been presented by your fire chief, Mr. Armstrong, Chief Armstrong. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
That the city council adopt resolution number 21-034, accepting the award of the 2021 CareStar Foundation grant funds in the amount of $20,000, authorizing the city manager to execute any and all grant-related documents necessary to secure said necessary grant funds, and to implement and carry out the purchase as specified in the grant award and quote, and adopt resolution number 21-034, amending the fiscal year 2021 budget for revenue and expenditures for said grant.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, technical questions for clarification as to the staff report, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yeah. With the memorialization of the grant funds, how soon from adoption of tonight's decision can it be used? And will these grants subsidize any operational costs?
The grant won't subsidize operational costs. This is specific for the purchase of the actual equipment. As to the schedule, delivery schedule, I'll defer to Chief Armstrong.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council and members of the public. Thank you for the recognition, the opportunity to answer your question. We actually have 3 of these in the field right now, and we are field testing them. And this request is as a result of those positive effects that we've had out there. So we will have those 3 in the field for another few weeks, I believe. And I don't believe there'll be any service disruption as we wait for the delivery of our new unit. I wanted to digress really quickly and recognize Engineer Derek Sutton, who should be on the Zoom call. He did all the groundwork for this grant, obtained it before my arrival in Victorville. He's done a lot of work on our behalf, researched a lot of grants and put in a lot of grant applications, and I would be remiss if I didn't recognize his work on this.
So my next question is, with the purchase of the item, can we not consider the item to be subsidized to a degree since it will not be derived from any of the 80+ city accounts?
It won't be subsidized by the city of Victorville. This is being funded independently by the grant.
So then any funding that comes outside, if we need an item such as this, and it must come from the city of Victorville, it would not be considered a type of offshoot for subsidization. Is that what you're saying?
If we're not paying for it, I wouldn't consider it a subsidy.
Thank you. My opinions are otherwise as stated for the record. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has none
Mayor Irving.
and invites a
Pro Tem.
motion.
Pro Tem Irving,
Yes,
you forgot her.
no, she did not.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the chair invites a motion.
Okay, now then, motion to approve.
Second.
Staff's recommendation, presumably, Member Becerra.
Yes, ma'am.
And the second,
1
thank
through
you.
1 through 3.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. All right, discussion on the pending motion. Member
None.
Becerra.
None, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I only want to thank firefighter Derek Sutton for his dedication and hard work on behalf of the community. Thank you. So his chief mentioned him, and I want to say thank you.
Yes,
All right.
under the circumstances, certainly. All right, and Member Gomez.
Yes, for the grant writer, yeah, thank you very much for your due diligence and overseeing the rigors and the endeavors of the city. It's much lauded for you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will ditto the comments by my colleagues. Discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has adopted staff's recommendation. Moving on to item number 18, consideration of adoption of resolution number 21-051, authorizing Police Deputy Higuera to purchase a retired Victorville Police K-9 officer Raider. And this is one of those items that I wish we were all in person to do. Thank you, Mr. Metzler.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, it's time for K-9 Raider to retire. We have a brief presentation from Police Chief Wickham, and I'd like for him to go ahead and tee up his presentation. And then we have Sophie Smith, your Deputy City Manager, and John Mendiola that can follow up that presentation with any questions you have regarding the particular item.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. Let me share the screen here. Is it working?
Yes.
So I think everybody's familiar with our K9 Raider. I think everybody's had an opportunity to run across Raider and Deputy Higuera at some point in time. He's been pretty involved in the community, and unfortunately, it's time for his retirement. Raider, let's see here, sorry folks. At an early age of 8 weeks, began his training in South Carolina to become a trailing and tracking canine. On February 2nd, 2016, Raider was sworn as a deputy sheriff with his handler, Deputy Antonio Higuera, and proudly began serving the city of Victorville for the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. As you can see some of the photos there when he was just a young pup. Over the last 5 years, Raider and Deputy Higuera continued to hone in their skills with extensive training. This training was utilized often as they assisted in multiple calls each month. They enjoyed several successes in trailing, tracking, locating suspects, and more importantly, missing persons. Along with his duties in tracking and trailing, Raider became quite a star in the community, attending events, visiting schools, educating the public, and benefits of canines and law enforcement. In August 2020, Raider had an accident, suffered a dislocated femur. He underwent a surgery in an attempt to bring him back to full duty. However, we were unsuccessful, and he is now enjoying retirement, and he is in a position, medically speaking, where he can enjoy a little bit of quality of life.
Thank you.
And he is going to be missed by the law enforcement family.
Were there any other staff members that wanted to comment? All right, Madam Clerk, will you read the recommendation?
That the City Council adopt resolution number 21-051, approving a purchase agreement between Victorville Police Deputy Higuera and the City of Victorville for the sale of retired Victorville Police K9 Raider, and authorizing the city manager to execute the purchase agreement subject to such non-substantive changes as may be deemed necessary by the city attorney.
Thank you very much. All right, council members, any questions on this item? We'll begin with Member Becerra.
No questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Questions, Member Gomez?
Absolutely. Who
Yeah.
cared for the everyday needs, meaning the costs for the last 5 years of the terms of the K9?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, the daily care is actually coming from that of the deputy, but just as we pay for a number of different services through our Schedule A, the K9 services are that of the city's responsibility as well, just as a part of the overall cost. So certainly through your Schedule A, you'll see a K9 trained deputy. As part of that Schedule A, you'll also have properly equipped vehicles. And then, of course, everything down to the actual feeding and the medical care of the animal does become a responsibility of the city as a part of the service that it provides to the community.
Thank you. What are the options for a disposition of what I would call public property?
So in this particular case, the humane recommendation, and we did research what other agencies do, as well as research professional police canine organizations for recommendations. And the humane thing to do is to allow the handler, if they are interested, to actually purchase the canine and then enter into an agreement such as the one we have on the agenda, where the city and is relieved of any potential liability, and the handler takes on the cost and the responsibility of taking care of the canine until, as it lives its life out. Prior to 2000, it's kind of an interesting fact we found, There was at the federal level, a treatment of retired canines as property, as you described. And laws had to actually be passed to allow military dogs, for example, to be purchased by the handlers rather than euthanized like they were as surplus property. So this is really the humane option.
Okay. What other officers were given the opportunity, if that is even amenable?
No, only the handler was given the opportunity first.
So there are multiple options, but the city took upon itself to just provide this option as viable?
Basically, our research found that the handler should be given the first right of refusal, basically.
Okay. And how much has been expended from the onset of the purchase to date that we know of?
I don't have that figure handy.
Yeah, we'd have to go back and pull all of the, not only the Schedule A's, but the actual direct expenditures, whether it was for food or for medicine. That would require quite a bit of research. Certainly could do it if so directed by the council.
Okay, and what is the value of the canine when it first came in and since the depreciation of its involvement in the community for initial costs? Do we know that?
Well, I think it's identified on page 1723. The initial purchase in June of 2015 was $12,000.
Well, it's an expensive piece of public property. And then consideration of the adoption of this resolution. Why $1? Do we have something formulaic for this? I mean, it's cost the city not only the 12 initiation, but also the feeding of the dog. And this is property. What was amenable to $1 that we saw it feasible?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the research that we did showed most agencies charge $1 to $10 to a handler who is willing to take on the responsibility, both financially and from a liability standpoint of the asset that was once ours and is now theirs. So it seemed like a pretty reasonable trade-off.
Okay, so lastly, $1 for something that is public funds, unless we had a formula like we sell a car and a car has a Kelley Blue Book value, we don't have anything of that nature. It just, to me, that's my last question. I don't know why $1 seemed to be feasible based on the research. I don't see the research here, but I guess I have to go with general senses of what you have. Thank you. No further questions.
Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No, I don't have any questions. I'm a little sentimental. No, thank you.
Thank you. This beautiful officer Raider has lived in one loving home. Is that correct? Since he was brought on board with Victorville.
Yes.
Yes.
And there's a reason why one would not expect to remove an officer from the only loving home he's known. It is out of compassion and kindness and for the sake of this beautiful officer. Would that be correct?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So in my view, almost cruel to suggest that, this is so much property that should just be depreciated and moved on. This is a beautiful officer that this community has benefited from. No other questions, but I'll certainly have comments. Moving on from the questions, the chair invites a motion.
Motion to approve, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And there's a second by Member Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Becerra.
Just Captain Wickham, if you can thank the deputy for all the hard work he did with the dog. I hope Deputy Raider lives out the rest of his life right there with his new family and continues on. Thank you for all his hard work and the people that he did find and catch and everything. He was well served. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Pro Tem Irving.
No, I don't really have any comments. I think this is a wonderful thing that we are doing for Deputy Rader, and I'd like to wish him well in his retirement. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes. Gifting of public funds. I don't know about the dollar. Even foster children are public property and they don't even deem that same level of respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Chair has a couple of comments on this motion. I am so thankful for Officer Rader and the service that he's given to our community for years. It was an exciting time when he came a part of the Victorville team, and we are saddened in one respect to lose him. We are thankful that he gets to retire in the only loving home he's ever known. We are thankful that this beautiful Officer Rader has given much of his time, his whole life, to protect and serve our community. Foster children are not property. I had them. They were my darling babies. Discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra,
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Gomez.
For $1.
What was your vote? I'm sorry.
Not for $1.
Your vote is no?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting.
Thank you. The council has just taken action to do the right and correct thing for Deputy Higuera and Officer Rader. I'm going to move on to item 19, City Manager's reports.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Maybe just to add on, but I'll do it as part of my comments to the last item. To give you a forward look, Police Chief Wickham has already gone through the process to identify, actually he's recruited internally, the next handler of the next service dog that will be serving the Victorville residents. There also has been a dog identified and going through training. And so we hope, as we're saddened seeing Rader's retirement, we are preparing to have a new canine brought on board and deputized to serve the Victorville community. So we'll have more on that forthcoming. Also, thank you for your patience tonight. Tonight served as a testing ground for what we ultimately intend to do, which is have full council, well, at least controlled members of the public in the chambers. Of course, since December, we've been experiencing issues, including having had to attend to a flooding of the council chambers. We had some major technology failures just because of the old age of equipment. And I think we're past all that. So today was our testing ground, and we're intending for the budget workshop next week to at least have the council members present in the chambers, still not open to the public because we want to make sure we've got everything working properly, and presuming we do, then the current goal, and I feel pretty good about June 1st being our first meeting open to the public with the council members physically present. With that, we have a workshop with the Planning Commission on May 26th. That's coming up at 5 p.m. It's a Wednesday. This workshop will include a discussion of how to incorporate current trends in planning practices such as sustainability, complete neighborhoods, and economic factors, how to accommodate planned housing and options for new land uses. So that's forthcoming. On the engineering side of the house, Bear Valley Overhead, BNSF, started advertising for construction on May 10th. So we're expecting a bid opening on that June 24. Green Tree Boulevard Extension Project currently is on track to start June 2nd. And the Industrial Boulevard Silica Drive project that we just awarded is scheduled to start the third week of June. And then finally, I alluded to it, but we are currently on schedule to have a city council budget workshop May 27th, which is next week, a Thursday, starting at 5 p.m. Council members here in the chamber. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Moving on to item number 20, discussion of possible action regarding upcoming agenda items. We'll begin with Member Gomez. Member Gomez, we can't hear you. You appear to be muted.
Yes, thank you for the co-host to unmute me. I appreciate that. So I was saying that.
One moment, Member Gomez, because that would be a concern to me. Madam Clerk, does Member Gomez have co-host status?
Yes, she does.
Okay, so she could unmute herself. All right, go, please proceed, Member
Yeah,
Gomez.
it would have to prompt you a little window to unmute before you can do that. So I had that little window propped up. So I already made a motion for a meeting to bring community services appointment today. Policy didn't work. You guys voted on it, didn't work, it never came through. So it's not here today. So I'm going to try fourth time again to bring the motion for June 1st, 2021 to appoint Mr. Belcher. City clerk has information. Please research it. I have to research the information all the time. I don't get privilege from the staff to give me anything. I have to do public records request. So my motion is to bring back a Mr. Belcher, which was the only person I ever brought. And for whatever reason, it's just fallen by the wayside. It hasn't changed. He has submitted his information. The city staff do have it. And so that's my motion to be brought by June 1st for the Community Services Department.
Sure, thank you. So at the last meeting, we left this off that with direction that the city clerk and Member Gomez would coordinate so that the information could be given to the clerk. Did that occur, Madam Clerk?
That was my recollection, and I was advised today, just in case this was brought up, that that did not happen, has not happened yet. So I think we're
I
still
can't
kind of.
talk to the city clerk. She's filing stuff against me, doing this for retaliation. You guys know, come on, you did a closed session.
Member Gomez has
sitting
not been
me up
recognized.
On the
Member
record,
Gomez,
it doesn't matter. I need
Member
to put it
Gomez
on the
will
record.
Madam Clerk,
You know,
please mute the member so that the chair can speak. Okay, so
So, yeah, it's my knowledge that that has not been satisfied. We are waiting on that conferring to take place before proceeding.
okay, and Mr. DeBortnowski, nothing would prevent Member Gomez from conducting her normal business with the city clerk.
Yeah, nothing I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
You
So we're
guys
going to
are
leave
no
this.
Mr. Belcher.
Gomez does not have the floor. So we're going to leave this with Member Gomez providing the information that's necessary to the city clerk so it can be placed on the agenda. Member
I'm
Gomez. do you
placing
have
it on a motion right now. You can't give me.
Okay.
It's on
Chair
a motion,
Jones?
either accept it or
Member Gomez.
accept or
Member
reject.
Gomez, the chair is facilitating the meeting, is not asked for your opinion. Do you have any other requests for items?
I put a motion, you have to vote on it, period.
No, Member Gomez, the chair has directed, it's not necessary to have a motion on something like this. The chair is directing the way that this shall go. Do you have?
No,
any
I already
requests?
said, Mr. Belcher, I'm not going to communicate with her.
Thank you. That's certainly up to Member Gomez. Member Gomez, the floor is being removed from you because you're being argumentative.
Mr. Belcher.
Madam Clerk, will you
You're not-
kindly mute the member?
It's a motion.
Yes, she continues to
Mr.
unmute herself.
That's, if you don't.
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, what did you say?
She continues to unmute herself because she has co-host rights.
Remove her co-host status, please.
You're being discriminatory. There you go.
Co-host status. So once again, the member has chosen recalcitrance over her obligation to follow policy and procedure, which includes lending herself to the proper facilitation of the meeting. So unfortunately, the chair, in order to preserve order in this meeting and for the sake of our community, our businesses, our staff, and my colleagues, it was necessary to mute the member. As she refused to answer my question as to any other requests that she might have, we're going to move on to Member Becerra. Any requests for upcoming agenda items?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Sorry, none, thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has none. We're now going to move on to item number 21, which is our final item this evening. This is reports from council members And we're going to begin with Member Gomez. So Madam Clerk, will you kindly unmute the member?
I'm unclear as what you're asking.
This is what we have in every agenda meeting, Member Gomez. This is our reports from council members.
Yeah, my reports are typical. I'm very involved in the city of Victorville in terms of my constituency. So several meetings daily that deal with, and I can always pull up what I'm dealing with, but a lot of them have to do with the Census Bureau and how it is affecting the outcome of the count for the representation of congressional seats in the reappropriations. I've been attending also what's called We Draw the Lines. It's something very important that is affecting also the city of Victorville and the county. I know the county of San Bernardino has also already directed an advisory committee. So being a part of listening to what's happening and how these processes are affecting our community are very essential. I participate with Tri-City Community partnerships with which go Riverside, LA County, and San Bernardino County. And these are partnerships with high-level endeavors of educational schools and other social services that I'm able to participate and give the general sense of how the makeup of Victorville and the Hispanic popularity is somehow diminished with Black and brown individuals being disenfranchised. So we give a lot of input in regards to how we can help create more partnerships. And then of course, I also attend a lot of the committees where you guys are appointed, and I attend, and I also voice my concerns, whatever I see in the city, whether it's VVTA, SBCTA, or whatever meetings that I have not been assigned, but I'm definitely a big part of. Thank you for acknowledging that I'm participatory in the city of Victorville as well.
Yeah, no such acknowledgement was made. This is simply a time for every council member to give their reports.
It is.
All right, Member Becerra.
No, Madam Mayor, I would just ask that Councilwoman Gomez not refer to them as Black. They're African American. Tell her to read, you know.
I
let's
don't
give
take
her the
orders.
time.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Moving on, Mayor Pro Tem
Thank you.
Irving.
That's it.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, today was Charlie Glasper's homegoing. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend the service, but I would like to offer my condolences to his family. Outside of that, I have nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving. And so with that, I'll just start with that because I did attend Mr. Glasper's services today. And really, it's the first event that I've attended since having a doctor's release. And so it was quite an honor for me to be able to attend that service. Mr. Metzler also attended. And so Mayor Pro Tem Irving, I appreciate your remembering him and your condolences to their family. Mr. Glasper, for those of you who may not know, and I can't imagine, has been a mover and shaker in the Victor Valley for many, 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 many years. And prior to that, he has an exemplary service record. And Mr. Glasper was quite a force to contend with. And what I loved about him is one always knew where you stood with him. And he, by the attendance in his service today, he certainly was and will always be beloved and very much missed. He was a force in our community in every way imaginable. Great sense of humor, straight talker, no nonsense, and he knew what he was talking about. All right, so as to my reports, I haven't made any in a while because my voice would wear out. So I just would like to make a few. So currently I sit as the chair on the VVWRA, Victor Valley Wastewater Reclamation Authority, and that authority has made tremendous progress in the last year with the business before it. And I don't know if this council is aware, but new CEO for the last year who's done a phenomenal job and has done a very good job in representing our region and making sure that we're providing exceptional services to our community and working very well with the staff there. The JPA has been very pleased with his work, and it shows in how this JPA is moving in a very, very positive direction. I also chair the solid waste JPA, and our most recent meeting, and this relates, of course, to Victorville. The most recent meeting, the board directed Mr. Davis to prepare and submit a letter in support of AB 478, which of course is the thermoform recycled content issue. And of course, SBCT, I've been very active since I've been elected, serving as an alternate. Now I'm the delegate, and also the attendant board, which is the Mountain Desert Policy Committee related to SBCTA. A lot of the items on this particular board don't always have a lot to do with Victorville, except the ones, that, for example, that we've had on the agenda tonight, and some of the other bright line services and so forth. So, but it is very good for Victorville to be actively involved in that agency, because we're all in this together, right? So when people think of Victorville, they think of the whole region. When people talk about Hesperia, they think about the high desert region. So it's good that it's an exceptional board. Everyone does very well in working together. There are many, many, many members, and the meetings flow very, very well. And I'm honored to be a part of that. I'm on the nominating committee for the upcoming vice chair appointment. So I'm honored that I was appointed to that. And with that said, that's all I have. And I wish to thank everyone for a wonderful meeting. That said, our business is concluded and this meeting stands adjourned. Thank you so much.
John.
Oh, hold on. My apologies. I do want to make one other comment for those who are there. So since there are people in chambers, the chair respectfully requests